Good morning to participants of this year's Transport and Research in Danube Region Conference. We are glad that we can host this conference as many times before, because this is traditional conference, and I'm really glad that I can welcome you in the name of the Ministry of Infrastructure of Republic of Slovenia and in the name of Strategic Research and Innovation Partnership ACS Plus, which works as a partnership in field of mobility. I'm really glad that we have really interesting guests at this conference this year. And I would like to welcome all the speakers today, renowned speakers, renowned experts in the field of first and last mile logistics. And we are also glad that we have with us Ministry for Infrastructure. And what I would also like to add to this is that we would like that this conference would really open the discussion among participants, attendees, and speakers. And please use the chat box whenever you have the comment or the question. We will follow this. Particularly, we would like to encourage you that you ask whatever you think it should be asked, or comment whatever you think that would add to the value of the conference. We will start with introductory speech, and the first speaker is Ms. Milena Černilogar from Ministry for Infrastructure. She is responsible for the Cluster 5, which is one of the instruments of Horizon Europe, and she works in this field in setting policy framework. And I would like to invite Ms. Černilogar to start the conference with her welcome and opening speech. Ms. Černilogar, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, dear Excellencies, experts, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of the Slovenian Ministry of Infrastructure in the event where representatives and experts in the field of low emission mobility from scientific research, industry and regulatory organizations gathered. As it was announced, I will very briefly present you some novelties for Horizon Europe, Pillar 2, where it is included Cluster 5, which covers energy, mobility, and climate. So, next slide, please. We will present you differences between Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, ongoing current activities, topics and budgets for Cluster 5, role of NCP, and where can you get information on calls. Next slide, please. So, as in Horizon 2020, we have 3 pillars, and among social challenges, there were different work programs on energy, transport, and climate actions. In Horizon Europe, we also have 3 pillars, and among second one, global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, there are several clusters, and 5th of them is the Cluster 5, which includes climate, energy, and mobility. Next slide, please. Here you have here's comparison about budget. In Horizon Europe, we can see that we have more higher budget than in used to be in Horizon 2020. Even there is without United Kingdom. So the amount of money for remaining countries is much higher than it used to be in Horizon 2020. Next slide, please. So activities are just going on these days. This week, at the beginning of this week, the German presidency of the Council reached a provisional political agreement with the European Parliament negotiators on the proposed regulation establishing Horizon Europe, the European Framework for Program for Research and Innovation for the next period for the years 21 to 27. The text now will be submitted to the Council's Permanent Representatives Committee for analysis on 18 December, so tomorrow, on Friday. Following political endorsement by both the Council and the European Parliament, it will be the basis for the future adoption of the regulation at second reading. The regulation cannot be formally adopted before the formal adoption of the long-term EU budget for next period, so the multi-annual financial framework will be accepted. Next slide, please. And what is going on with Cluster 5? So we have got the third draft of the Cluster 5 work program a few days ago, and this version already includes all available information on topics, budget, and call dates. But this document still represents work in progress and will be subject to changes in next weeks as well. They say that some changes will be aligned activities with the expected annual budget. So some activities could be shifted from the year 21 to 22, but this will going on in next weeks or months. And the program committee will be asked for its opinion next year. So we expected calls for this program in the second half of the next year. Now I will give you some more words about the Cluster 5. So the overarching driver for the Cluster 5 is to accelerate the twin green and digital transition and associated transformation of our economy, industry, and society with a view to achieving climate neutrality in Europe by 2050. This encompasses the transition to greenhouse gas neutrality of the energy and mobility sectors by 2050 at the latest, while boosting their competitiveness, resilience, and utility for citizens and society. The rate of which European research and innovation actions succeed in developing, upscaling, implementing, and commercializing such innovation solutions will steer Europe's future competitiveness of its existing and newly emerging industries in European and global markets. Activities of this work program will contribute to all key strategic orientations of the strategic plan, promoting an open strategic autonomy by leading the development of key digital and enabling technologies, sectors, and value chains to accelerate and steer the digital and green transitions through human-centered technologies and innovations, restoring Europe's ecosystems and biodiversity and managing sustainable natural resources to ensure food security and a clean and healthy environment, making Europe the first digitally led, circular, climate neutral, and sustainable economy through the transformation of its mobility, energy, construction, and production systems, creating a more resilient, inclusive, and democratic European society prepared and responsive to threats and disasters, addressing inequalities and providing high-quality health care and empowering all citizens to act in the green and digital transitions. Next slide, please. To contribute to these programs' levels of key strategic orientations, Cluster 5 will deliver on 6 specific expected impacts, and in this work program, each expected impact has been transformed into a specific destinations. So we have destination climate sciences and responses with expect transition to a climate neutral resilient society and economy enabled through advanced climate sciences, pathways and responses to climate change, so mitigation and adaptation and behavioral transformations. Next destination is cross-sectoral solution for the climate transitions with impact, clean and sustainable transition of the energy and transport sectors towards climate neutrality, facilitating by innovative cross-cutting solutions. Next destination is sustainable, secure and competitive energy supply with impact, more efficient, clean, sustainable, secure and competitive energy supply through new solutions for smart grids and energy system based on more performant renewable energy solutions. The fourth destination is efficient, sustainable and inclusive energy use with impact, efficient and sustainable use of energy accessible for all. It's ensured through a clean energy system and a just transition. Fifth destination is for transport, clean and competitive solutions for all transport modes with impact towards climate neutral and environmental friendly mobility through clean solutions across all transport modes while increasing global competitiveness of the EU transport sector. And the sixth destination is safe, resilient transport and smart mobility services for passengers and goods with the impact, safe, seamless, smart, inclusive, resilient, climate neutral and sustainable mobility system for people and goods thanks to user-centric technologies and services including digital technology and advanced satellite navigation services. So could we stay at my presentation? So and this is divided in several sections. And 1/3 of them are directly connected with transport, and the other one are in some topics more or less connected with transport as well. So the number of topics is huge. There are more than 200, and the budget for the next 2 years, proposed budget is a little bit more than 1.5 billion for 2021 and little bit less than 1.5 billion for 2022. And if we can see that 1/3 of money is planned for transport topics. So next slide, please. Yes, as it used to be in Horizon 22, it will be also in the Horizon Europe established network of national contact points. There are a few what you could expect from them. National contact points will circulate general and specific documentation on the Horizon Europe to the stakeholders, organize information and promotional activities such as this one this year, today, promote and raise awareness of benefits for new applicants, assist in partner search activities, advise and inform potential applicants and beneficiaries, enhance synergies with other EU funding schemes. So we have here European structural and investment funds. We also have connecting European facilities funds, life funds. Now we have recovery and resilience funds, and so there are many of them, but we are a little bit unfamiliar with this, how to combine them and help to increase the success rate of Slovenian proposals. But here I would like to mention, and in the Horizon 2020, we were quite good in the work program for energy and transport, because here we met information communication technologies and technologies on energy and transport, and this is one of the reasons why we had some few very good projects in these years. We could mention future flow, osmose, and but we actually start with future flow. So next slide, please. So in this slide you have some information where you can get further information about Horizon Europe and Cluster 5. And as the Cluster 5 covered energy, mobility, and the climate change, in the future it will not be covered with our energy, but it seems it will be covered by Ministry for Education, Science, and Sports. So thank you. That's all from my side for now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Černilogar, for this introduction in the topics that are covered in the field also of transport and energy, as you mentioned, by European Union. I would like to say at the moment a bit more about the conference, the topics of the conference. We will discuss today the first and last mile logistics, and we understand that this is not the issue only of policy or only of research or of industry, but it's really interconnected, and we have to understand really the whole picture, and we would like to show the whole picture of this challenge that is in front of us. First of all, we would like to reduce emissions in mobility. On the other hand, we would like to assure mobility for all. We would like to be efficient also in terms of costs. And that's why we have to really address the broad spectrum of challenges and questions. And we also have to find solutions to this. Questions, and I believe that today's speakers have some really great solutions, and we are glad to present them to the participants. And I would like just ask a short question to Ms. Černilogar. Do you believe that if European Commission is giving 3 billion euros in next 2 years, do you believe that also national policies are ready to support companies and these institutions to really find the right way to invest this money? Microphone, please.
Yes, I'm sure that our country will be prepared next period better than it used to be in previous framework program. Even there, some activities have already been done at our institutions, which helped our stakeholders to be more progress with the applications to the Horizon to the framework programs. We will upgrade this system, and this good practice should be widened into the other ministries as well. I am informed that the Ministry for Education, Science and Sport have done these activities, Agency Spirit as well, and this will, I hope that it will be done at our ministry in the future as well. So the combination of EU funding and the national funding is a challenge, and it has to be put in forward.
Thank you very much for this introduction. And now I would like to introduce next speaker, and I'm really glad to welcome State Secretary at Ministry for Infrastructure of Slovenia, Mr. Blaž Košorok, to give us the insight in the policy framework and the conditions under which the legislation will be taken and the support to economy and to science will be given in Slovenia. Mr. Košorok, please.
Thank you, Madam Ohorič. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So, distinguished participants, dear friends of transport and research, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you in the sixth conference on transport and research on the Danube region. I'm delighted you have responded to our invitation. I believe that the regular annual meetings of stakeholders are adding value to all involved EU research and innovation programs, with the overall aim of successful participation in the Horizon Europe program in the period 21-27. Dear participants, due to the Slovenia's location at the junction of the Alps, the Danube Mountains, Pannonian Basin, and the Adriatic Sea, Slovenia participates in 3 out of 4 macro-regional strategies of the European Union: the Danube, the Adriatic Union, and the Alpine strategy. Taking active role in 3 strategies represents not only a great challenge, but also a great opportunity. The Danube macro-region has unique geostrategic location linking Eastern Western Europe, Europe-Asia, Euro members, and non-Euro member states. The region, with its economic potential, dynamic workforce, unique nature, and natural resources, has a great potential for further development. By pursuing regional cooperation, enhancing existing relations, and strengthening the economic ties among the member countries, I'm confident that the Danube strategy may contribute to the prosperity of the region. I'm glad to note that the EU strategy for Danube region becomes a role model for a modern, attractive type of closer cooperation between 14 countries, from Black Forest in Germany to the Black Sea, which has resulted in hundreds of new projects and new networks in the Danube region since 2011. Dear participants, I believe that all countries in the Danube macro region in the EU and beyond have shared similar goals in order to enhance the transport system of the future. At our ministry, we are making extensive efforts to modernize, remove bottlenecks, and build missing links of our transport infrastructure, to prepare for the transport system for the future by development and implementation of new technologies which will enable smooth transport services and logistics, and to improve road transport safety in line with Vision Zero, as well to keep all other modes of transport safe. It is in the interest of all those working in the field of transport to accelerate economic progress in the region and to overcome the present pandemic crisis as soon as possible. Developed and the current transport in the region are greater transport connections between countries, and people in the Danube macro region can make an important contribution to this. Additionally, the European Union will also be making its contribution through mechanism for supporting the countries of the Western Balkans, Eastern Partnership approaching the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, all modes of transport are benefiting from innovation. By cooperating in all areas, and particularly in research and innovation, we are strengthening the cooperation of countries in the macro region and striving to remove administrative barriers. One of the most important tasks to increase investments in railway infrastructure and to modernize and connect public passenger transport. As we know, transport enables economic development, and good transport infrastructure enables connectivity among our countries and mobility of goods and passengers. Research and innovation plays a vital role in generating new ideas and initiatives for both infrastructure and transport services. Researchers are the ones who can best contribute to making better use of regions' transport potential. The work and results of researchers helped us avoid some of the pitfalls of transport policy without the fear of compromising the principles of sustainable development. With today's conference, Slovenia continues the practice of connecting the transport research profession, policies, and the economy in the international environment. The Transport and Research Conference is meant primarily as a space for meeting and connecting the transport profession with a special emphasis on the Danube macro region. I regret that this year we are meeting only virtually, but I sincerely believe that next year we shall meet in Slovenia in person. I'm particularly pleased that the conference is growing into a process of regular meetings and contributes to the strengthening cooperation in the region and beyond. This is why I would like to sincerely thank all involved in the organization of this online event. Dear distinguished guests, I wish you all a successful debate, and although times are not easy for anyone of us, I wish all of you, dearest one, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Košorok, thank you very much for these encouraging words and for welcoming this conference. I'm really glad to hear that you at Ministry are really supporting the transformation and transition of mobility into the green and digital mobility, which we believe it's really important. So thank you very much for the support of the Ministry again. And now we are going to our first content, which is really the introduction into what we will discuss today. I'm glad that I can present to you Dr. Stephan Neugebauer. Stephan Neugebauer is Vice President of BMW, responsible for global research. He is with BMW since more than 20 years now, and he was deeply involved in the development of technologies of internal combustion engine, but still, as you know, automotive industry is switching strongly to electrification. And at the same time, as Mr. Neugebauer is leading really important topics within BMW, he's also the chair of the European Road Transport Research Advisory Council. This is the technological platform which works in the field of automotive industry and mobility. And this is the platform where the strategies are prepared for the mobility of the future. And Mr. Neugebauer will talk about the transformation of the powertrains in the vehicles, because there is no green transport, no matter what we do with new business models or with new solutions of mobility, if we don't have the right tool to do this. And the tool for mobility, of course, is the vehicle itself. And that's why we really need to change the powertrains, to develop new, green, efficient powertrains. And the vision how this is going to be developed in next decades, all the way by 2050, will be represented by Stephan Neugebauer. Unfortunately, he was not able to join the conference today, but we have recorded his speech, and I would ask my colleagues to start the presentation of Mr. Stephan Neugebauer.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to share with you some thoughts about the way to carbon neutral road transport. My name is Stephan Neugebauer. I am working for BMW, and I'm the chairman of the European technology platform for road transport. Please allow me to say some words about this platform. The European Road Transport Research Advisory Council is the officially supported technology platform from the European Commission for road transport. And we tried to bring together all the different stakeholders involved in road transport. For sure, automotive industry with the manufacturers, the suppliers, the research providers, but also the energy and fuel suppliers, the road infrastructure, the cities and regions, the users, the services, and many more. So we tried to develop a common point of view for the future and advice to the European Commission in terms of the research program. And for sure, the decarbonization of road transport is in the center of our activity. In this slide, you can see on the left side the CO2 emissions from transport and some targets. And you know that in the past we are used to work on reduction targets. But now the situation is completely different. We are not working on reduction targets anymore. Our target is to achieve the 100% climate neutral road transport in 2050. So a net zero CO2 emission. And on the right side of this slide, you can see that transport is still growing. It's growing in the passenger transport, and the freight transport is also growing. So how can we bring these things together? And we are convinced that to achieve the carbon neutral road transport, we will have the intertwined development between the vehicle, the energy production, and the infrastructure. So these three aspects need to be developed together: the vehicle technology, the infrastructure, and the energy production. And so it's clear that we are talking about a long-term race over 3 decades. And in our technology platform, we are discussing what could the transformation look like. And in the following charts, I will suggest a possible timeline. So what will people probably see in the next decades on the road? It is not set in stone, but it is based on the experience of all the different stakeholders in the technology platform, and it's based on technical neutrality. So let us start the journey and start with the first decade, the decade 2020 to 2030. What will we probably see in the passenger car segment? Here on the right side, you can see some bars. And in the gray bars, you can get an imagination about the share of technologies for the powertrains. The gray is the starting point right now in around about 2020. And in the red bars, you can see development and what will probably the powertrains look like at the end of this decade. And for sure, the new vehicle registration, the share of XEV, of battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles will grow up to 50%. This seems to be a lot. But on the other side, the XEV share in the vehicle park in the existing fleet remains below 25%. So for sure, battery electric vehicles, they will become attractive for short or medium ranges and attractive for urban use. The plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, the range will increase significantly up to 100 kilometers. And this is important because then you are able to drive the daily trips in E-mode. And these future plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, they will be also able to drive emission-free in urban areas by using geofencing. On the other side, the internal combustion engine will still be relevant. It will become clean under all conditions. We will see further efficiency improvements, which are really also needed, and they will stay as an attractive prime mover for long-distance road journeys. What's about fuel cell electric vehicles? In this decade, they will still be a niche market application only. When we look at the commercial vehicles, the medium duty, the internal combustion engine will still be a prevalent prime mover for extra urban use. But in the urban use, the battery electric and the plug-in hybrid vehicles, they will increase in new vehicle registration based on local regulation. And in the commercial vehicle, the heavy duty segment, here in this decade, the internal combustion engine will still be the most prevalent prime mover. We will see, of course, efficiency improvements due to mild hybridization, and natural gas is an alternative to conventional fuel in some corridors. The battery electric powertrain will find some niche market applications. And the electrified road systems, we will see them probably only in specifically selected routes, mainly for testing and evaluation. The fuel cell electric powertrains, we will see first applications for heavy duty at the end of the decade. Let's have a look to the infrastructure. And here on the right side, you will you see that we try to use the traffic light to symbolize the development. We think that the charging infrastructure for passenger cars at the end of the decade will be well available. Infrastructure for commercial vehicles will still be insufficient. Electrified road systems, they will be present on public funded test routes. And in this decade, we need to make decisions for long-term investments in this technology in electrified road systems. And these decisions really need to be done in this decade. Otherwise, this technology will not be available. And the hydrogen, it will be available in specific filling stations. And what we probably will see is zero emission zones in European cities. So in these cities, only BEV or fuel cell electric vehicles or plug-in hybrid in guaranteed E-mode are able to enter. Let's have a look at the energy production. So the fuels, they still will be mainly fossil-based. Less than 20% in the fuel will be renewables in European average. The electricity will become greener, but still not climate neutral. The passenger car electricity demand is increasing. The production of this electricity, the capacity is not a problem, but the local distribution. Here, the infrastructure faces issues. What will we achieve at the end of this decade? So, concerning the emissions, the climate relevant emissions from road transport, they are decreasing, but slowly, due to the low rate of the vehicle stock turnover and the growing road transport. And the air quality limits related to road transport, they will be achieved as far as possible all across Europe, even in hotspots. So overall, alternative technologies for CO2 reduction from the well-to-wheel perspective, they are pushing strongly into the market in this decade. Let's move on to the next decade, the decade 2030 to 2040. When we look at the passenger cars, here we will really see electrification. The battery electric vehicle and plug-in hybrids, they are dominating the vehicle park. more than 50%. The battery electric vehicle will be omnipresent in urban environments and become more attractive for long distance trips. Plug-in hybrid vehicles, they are essential for long distance trips. And the internal combustion engine, we think we will see them only in niche market applications and for non-European applications at the end of this decade. And the fuel cell electric vehicles in the passenger car segment, there will be maybe a small share of private used vehicles, but it will become a relevant share in commercial fleets. The medium duty segment of commercial vehicles, the most of the powertrains will be hybridized or electric, and the ICE will only be used for extra regional activities. When we are looking at the heavy duty segment, here we think we will still see a competition between the powertrain technologies, a competition between battery electric, between fuel cell, and an ICE also using hydrogen. The internal combustion engine, it is still attractive for a prime mover, yet in highly electrified powertrains with further efficiency improvements and with drop in renewable fuels. The battery electric powertrains in heavy duty, they will become relevant for regional transport. The fuel cell now will become active for ICE engined vehicles in the heavy duty segment, and main corridors will be equipped with hydrogen refueling infrastructure. And the electrified road system, depending on previous infrastructure investments and decisions. So ERS will be there in specific use cases. And the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure for passenger cars, it will be established in urban and most other areas. And smart and fast charging facilities will be there. The charging infrastructure for commercial vehicles is still limited. The main corridors will be equipped with sufficient hydrogen filling stations, and the electrified road systems, as discussed before, depending on investment decisions from the previous decade. Zero emission zones in cities, they will be a standard. They really will be a standard. And the energy production, so the fossilized fuel production is increasing. The rate of renewable fuels will be around about 50% drop in. Hydrogen is mostly produced in a renewable carbon-free way. Also electricity. The electricity consumption by road transport is now growing significantly. This will create peaks in energy demand. Therefore, smart charging is being established. So now we are coming to the milestone at the end of the decade. What will we probably see in air quality? So since the vehicle stock is now renewed, the air quality relevant emissions from road transport are not longer an issue. And the emissions concerning CO2, here we will see really a decrease in CO2 emissions and climate relevant emissions from road transport in this decade. Having decade 20 to 2050, here for passenger car, it's clear that new vehicle registration will be only electric vehicles. The vehicle park will BEV and PHEV will account for more than 90%. Battery electric vehicles are predominant for passenger cars. Plug-in hybrids will be an option at a consumer choice, and fuel cell electric vehicles here in the private use we see a small share but a large share in commercial fleets. For medium duty, it's going to the same direction here. The battery electric vehicles and the fuel cell vehicles will be dominating the fleet. And for heavy duty, the vehicle park will also be highly electrified. The internal combustion engine, it will still be there as a defossilized prime mover using renewable fuels. If it is a hydrocarbon or maybe direct the use of hydrogen, anyway, it will be renewable, and the powertrains will be highly electrified. The battery and electric vehicles and the plug-in hybrids, they will be used for regional transport and corridors with charging infrastructure. Fuel cell, here we will see a major share of the main routes and long distance operations. And electrified road system, it's still depending on the infrastructure investments. For the infrastructure, the smart and fast charging infrastructure for all road vehicles will be available at the end of this decade. Only a few limitations. The electricity grid, the batteries, they are used as an active element in the electric grid. Hydrogen, the main corridors and local hotspots are supplied with hydrogen filling stations, and electrified road system depending on previous decisions. The energy production, now electricity, is generated in a fully carbon neutral way. The same for hydrogen. And for fuels, we will see a significant reduction of fuel demand in road transport. And therefore, the remaining demand will be covered by carbon neutral renewable fuels. Now it's possible. So the milestone at 2050, yes, all road transport throughout Europe is climate neutral from a well-to-wheel perspective, and air quality is not affected by powertrain emissions anymore. So ladies and gentlemen, let me come to a conclusion. First of all, to achieve the carbon neutral road transport will be a decades-long race. Decades-long race. It's not only an issue for some years. It is strongly linked between the vehicles technologies, the energy and the infrastructure technologies. And without this link, we will not be able to achieve a carbon neutral road transport. The technologies and their rate of change, they vary in the different vehicle segments according also to the use case and according to the region you are using the vehicle. The existing technologies, they need to be improved, and new technologies need to be developed. And this means at the end that we need huge investments in research and innovation in all three sectors. Investments and innovation on the vehicle side, in the energy production side, and in the infrastructure technologies. So thank you for listening and have a nice conference. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
We are really thankful to Stephan Neugebauer for this presentation. I believe that you've found how important is also the development of technologies that would support first and last mile in freight transport and in passenger transport, and how important it is that we all the sectors cooperate together. And now let's go to the topics of today's conference. This is first and last mile in transport of people and goods, and we will start with session 1 and with a keynote of Dr. Tomislav Letnik from Faculty of Civil Engineering from Maribor, who will discuss policies and technologies and solutions that go along with the development of vehicle technologies, because, as I said, we all have to work together. So, Dr. Letnik, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, Ms. Mohoric, thank you very much for this kind introduction. I hope that you can hear me well and you can also see me. I will speak today something about challenges of first and last mile freight transport. And this is topic of this, this conference. And it was very interesting to also hear some thoughts about Stephan Neugebauer to see how this technological progress will go. And I will speak more about, I would say, challenges which are ahead of us. And I will also make some comments at the end. So next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so the content of my presentation is the following. So at the very beginning, I will give you some facts and figures in order to understand the magnitude of issues, challenges, or problems, however we are calling them in the near future on the topic of last mile and first mile. The challenges will be, I'm developing challenges in two parts. First one are operational, and second one are policy challenges. In order not to stay just by the challenges, I will also give you some solutions which are already available. Let's say them, let's call them best practices, and I will conclude my presentation with recommendations. The next slide, please. So some facts and figures. So we know that at the very moment, a lot of people are already living in cities. At the very moment, 55% on the globe and 75% in Europe. And if we do understand that cities occupy just 3% of the Earth's land, we can imagine this huge pressure on cities. The cities generate about 80% of the GDP, and they are also the major consumer of the energy and the major producer of the negative effects on the environment. And as you can imagine, so the cities needs to be supported by efficient transport system, and from that point of view, also transport is most time related to these negative effects. We all know that cities will grow in the future, and with these we would need to take care for appropriate actions in order not to the cities not to become congested. They would not have problems with safety, with pollution, and they, in order not to get too much complex in terms of livability and mobility. And based on that, we would need to develop efficient and innovative logistics systems of the cities. And really important, what is the subtopic of this conference, is to find synergies between short and long distance transport, which is highly relevant, as explained by the previous speaker, that freight vehicles, the heavy duty vehicles, will be much different than vehicles for which will allow to be entered into city centers. And from that point of view, we will need to find reasonable solutions. Next slide, please. So challenges are developed in this presentation in two parts. First, I will speak about operational challenges. The majority of cities, they are lacking at the very moment still data about urban freight. So what type of vehicles are entering the cities? Number of shipments which are devoted to the city centers, what are their frequencies? We all know that especially now during this period, there is a tremendous growth of e-commerce. And this all increases the number of small packages. We are calling that fragmentation of urban freight deliveries. At the same time, we have to speak about standards. A few years ago, it was fine if the package was delivered, let's say, in few days. Today, we are speaking about instant deliveries, just-in-time deliveries, especially for the food, as we noticed in last few months. And this is all causing fragmentation of deliveries and low utilization rate of freight vehicles. As you can see, 20% of trips in the city centers and even more nowadays are empty, and the load factor is only about 0.3. So huge inefficiencies and challenges for the future. And cities, as we know, they were not designed for these huge quantities of deliveries. And from that point of view, infrastructure is not appropriately designed. So we have no adequate logistics facilities in cities. Transshipment points from long distance to short distance, loading bays for last mile deliveries, logistics centers, and many other infrastructure is not in place today in many cases. And this is causing traffic congestion and problems with traffic safety because freight vehicles are parking on the streets. We are calling that double parking, and we have quite a lot of emissions which are related with freight vehicles. In addition to that, in many cases, we also see a big share of own deliveries. And from that point of view, we can see that this is the additional challenge we need to overcome, and we need to somehow take care for these challenges in order to improve the systems in the cities. Next slide, please. What about last mile? So what is last mile? So let's try to clarify that at the very beginning. So this is the final journey in the supply chain, the last part. And this is the transport from logistics nodes, which are normally in the outskirts of the cities, to the users in the city centers. And what are the challenges? The challenges is that we need to make this transshipment from long distance truck to short distance truck. This is time consuming. This makes some additional costs. We have limited accessibility to customers in the city centers because of the narrow streets. So this causes, again, some problems. And of course, in cities, we are facing today quite a lot of congestion. And this is also additionally negatively influencing this time, which is necessary for final delivery. And some really important statement that last mile is considered as the most expensive part of the supply chain, contributing to about 30% of the costs of transport. So it's really, really important, and it seems to be inefficient. Next slide, please. The policy challenges are the following. As we already heard today that up to 2050, we would like to achieve some really, really nice goals. But what concerns the city logistics, the European transport policy goal is to achieve CO2-free city logistics in urban centers by 2030. I would say this is a huge challenge, especially after presentation of Mr. Neugebauer, that we are not expecting huge improvements in energy efficiency and in electrification of the light-duty vehicles in this period. And this is a huge challenge. So how cities are dealing with these challenges? We have two different approaches. The first approach is like the following. So let's try to restrict access of freight vehicles to the cities. This is the most easiest way. So the way of thinking is that freight transport is responsible for majority of traffic problems, and it needs to be removed from the cities, especially in the city centers. Unfortunately, this is the prevailing way of thinking of cities, because of course they don't understand quite good how the logistics in urban is actually working. The other option is that we need to improve accessibility conditions for freight vehicles, because efficient freight transport is crucial for functioning of the city. And the most effective solution needs to be found. Next slide, please. I will now try to present several best practices around the globe, how they tackled urban freight problems. One of the most promising solutions is called the Urban Consolidation Center. Urban Consolidation Center, it means that these long distance trucks, they are stopping in the outskirts of the city, and then we make consolidation, and then with fully occupied vehicles, then we make these round trips around the city with environmentally friendly vehicles and fully utilized. As you can see, in London, they implemented consolidation center for the needs of the construction logistics, and they reduced energy consumption and number of vehicles tremendously. So this is from the theoretical point of view and also from some practical point of view, one of the most promising solutions which can be combined with other measures. Next slide, please. The next really interesting solution are the mobile depots. You know, from the infrastructure point of view, you don't need to build certain transshipment points, but you can make them mobile. So you are taking care for these trailers to be located in certain areas in the cities, and then you can use freight bikes or other options for last mile deliveries. This was done in Brussels really efficiently, and as you can see, they reduced CO2 emissions, PM10 particles, for quite some percentages, and as you can see, the results, similar results are achieved also in Turin. So this is something which is coming, and can be quite efficient without huge investments. Next slide, please. The next one is the delivery route optimization. As you can imagine, when certain companies are delivering to the city centers, they are trying to grasp the idea which route is the best. But of course, we know that the situation dynamically changes during the day because of the congestion and different restrictions. It is very difficult to get the best possible option. And from that point of view, intelligent systems for optimizing vehicle driving have been implemented for example, in Vienna. As you can see, huge savings in time, mileage, fuel, and reduction of costs for deliveries in the city center. Next slide, please. Of our deliveries is something which is which was implemented in several cities. In Barcelona, for example, they are delivering during the night in off hours. The initiatives are called the Trusted Deliverer Initiative. So the deliverers, they have the keys for your commercial premises, and they can deliver that also during the time when you are not working. Of course, you need to use a special equipment, which is called peak equipment, so noise reduction technology. And as you can see, this can also influence the delivery times can be reduced by 50%, fuel consumption by 57%, emissions by 53%, especially on the account that you are taking into consideration those hours where traffic is not so heavy and accessibility is much better. Next slide, please. Management of loading bays is the following solution, of course, because freight vehicles are not able to access to the doors of their customers. They need to park somewhere in the vicinity in order to make this last mile delivery on foot or by trolleys, whatever. The first question is, how many loading bays do we need? How can we develop this management system? And as you can see in Rome, they already tested several solutions, and they found out that optimal location of these loading bays, optimal capacity of those loading bays, and also connected with routing and reservation of those loading bays, reduced the total delivery time by 66%. Similar results are achieved also in Paris and Vienna. Next slide, please. Freight bikes, as we all know, they are quite efficient. They are quite appropriate for city centers. They have been involved in several cities, and every time good results. Especially, I would like to mention this pilot project in London, which reduced the total distance traveled by 14% and CO2 emission reduction per consignment. Of course, not everything was delivered by freight bike, was reduced by 55%. Next slide, please. E-delivery vehicles, as already mentioned today, this is very promising solution, but it is also related to infrastructure, which is necessary for filling these vehicles, and also about technology progress. At the very moment, I can say that this technology progress is slower than expected, and we would need to make huge efforts in the future in order to improve that. But in London, they replaced certain diesel lorries also with electric vehicles and tricycles, and they achieved huge savings in CO2 emissions and also in energy. Next slide, please. Robotic autonomous delivery in California and Washington, D.C., they are making some trials. and the first results show that this small fleet of robotic vehicles can reduce the cost for last mile by up to 40%. It is very, very efficient. There are a lot of new technologies and new principles how to implement that in city centers. Next slide, please. There are several innovative solutions. I don't have time today to go through all of them. So that's why I will just show you some additional options like crowdsourcing. You know, we can share the vans, like delivery lockers, which are available already all around the Europe in every cities. But of course, we need to optimize those systems. Drone deliveries, a very promising solution. Maybe not in the near future, but in the long time period, we will find the way how to use also aerospace for that. Delivery to the trunk of a car, as you can see. So there are a lot of successful trials already ongoing. And one of the last initiatives, like shared distribution centers among logistics operators, in order to improve the system. So there are many innovative approaches, and mainly they are technology driven. So in next 2 years, we will see some even more interesting solutions. Next slide, please. I will conclude my presentation with few recommendations which derive from several let's say European projects and research projects I've been actively involved in. At the very beginning, so there were some doubts, because cities differ among each other. They are of different size, different density of population, different type of commercial activities. And one would say, so it is very difficult to transfer these best practices among them. But we noticed that cities are facing similar urban freight problems. And from that point of view, they can learn from each other. So we are encouraging to learn from the most advanced cities. If we want to solve problems of the last mile delivery, we need to understand urban freight transport phenomena more in details. This is precondition for solving urban freight problems and develop sustainable policies. So this is really, really necessary. So data are needed. We need to establish systems of data gathering if we would like to understand what is going on. Next slide, please. And before developing policies and implementing measures, it is always very difficult to assess the effect of particular measures. And that's why we noticed that this living lab approach, when you involve different stakeholders and try to test different systems, is really, really effective. We are calling that evidence-based policy making. So first you need to enable data gathering, try to understand what is going on, and then implement certain innovative solutions and evaluate the results. The crucial problem is that we don't have these systems in place yet. So from the organizational point of view and also from the data gathering point of view, this is quite a challenge also for the future. Implementation of new measures needs to involve also different stakeholders. In city centers, we have many different stakeholders, like city authorities, logistics operators, receivers, and so on. And we need to understand their point of view. So from that point of view, we need to establish freight quality partnership. This is really, really recommended to co-create measures and to reach expectations of all different participants. The last slide, please. We noticed that from the policy point of view and measures point of view, majority of cities in Europe, they already developed sustainable urban mobility plans. But we also noticed that in many European cities, they are mainly dealing with transport of people. From that point of view, we need it needs to be acknowledged that we need to raise awareness also about freight transport aspects and develop sustainable urban logistics plans. So, or part of the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, or as annex to Sustainable Mobility Plan, which is already available. So that's all from my side, and I'm open for any kind of questions and debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Letnik, for showing us how important it is to develop also new business models and new solutions in goods from one point to another. I would just ask you, please answer with yes or no. Is digitalization here playing the important or?
It is playing a crucial role.
I hope you heard my question.
Yes, if digitalization is playing an important role, yeah. So I'm answering with yes,
okay,
it is playing a huge role.
Thank you very much. We have to focus on green. Yes. Also a partner from business. This is Cargo Partner, and Mr. Grega Pistotnik, who prepared some answers in how business is responding to the challenges with their Serbian colleagues, Tamara Tatic and.
Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, we are online. Yeah. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I will talking today about the basics for efficient last mile delivery from freight forward perspective. Just first few words about me and our company. I'm Grega Pistotnik, coming from Slovenia. I have a bachelor's degree from Faculty of Logistics, Celje, and I am for the past 9 years an international logistics forwarder, Cargo Partner. Cargo Partner is a full-range info logistics provider, privately owned, offering comprehensive solutions, air, sea, land, and warehouse solutions, with special expertise in information technology and supply chain optimization. So, how can we address the three main challenges in freight transport: efficiency, costs, and climate neutrality? You are right, yeah? We have to invest. We have to invest in new technologies, in new procedures, new technologies, yeah, like I said, and of course, the people, that you can be more competitive, more efficient, and have lower costs in the long run. And here am I to introduce you our case, yeah. On the picture, you see our iLogistics center, which is located in near the Ljubljana, actually at the airport Brnik. We built this facility last year in August, so it's opened for a good year now, and we are planning. Please, next slide. We are planning already an expansion. You see the white box there. We are planning the expansion. You are probably wondering how come already in 1 year the whole warehouse is full, yeah? Because the first part of the warehouse is actually 25,000 square meters, and now we are building already another 10,000. But you see, it's also we are living in demanding times. But let me focus first on the region, so you will get more insight where we are doing this. Yeah, please, next slide. The Europe is, and let's say the Danube region, of course, is perfectly located between two biggest economies in the world. Yeah, and the Danube region is also we can go via Mediterranean Sea and North Adriatic. This is one of the main routes to penetrate to these countries. Yeah, and we can basically reach the whole world by rail, air, or sea. Next slide, please. One crucial link to the whole region is, of course, Port of Koper. Port of Koper is the leading North Adriatic port, and it's not important just for Slovenia, but important for the whole region. Yeah, it's the main countries that are using are, of course, Austria, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovak, and others. And the port authorities are doing great efforts to attract also business from Bavarian region of Germany. This is one of their main targets for the next years. Next slide, please. Shipping via Port of Koper, so from Far East, from China, or from Far East in Asia in general, it's much more. There is much more shorter routes to Koper than to northern ports. Yeah, it's up to 2,000 nautical miles, which means this route is more efficient. It's definitely more cost wisely, and definitely more climate friendly, yeah? Because the vessels needs to burn less heavy oil so it's actually really more ecological, yeah? Next slide, please. So now we come to first and last mile deliveries, yeah? So I will tell you a little about the story, or let's say the strategy, why I put our facility in the first slide. We actually spent a few years in searching for the ideal transport hub. We were considering the Ljubljana, yeah, but due to the rush hours and all the congestion around Ljubljana, and as the capital, this was not really the most suitable. So we found the location which is still near the Ljubljana, due to the capital has the higher consumption and the higher flow of goods. It has to be still rather close Port of Koper, or at least let's say to railway service, which is called Komar. This is actually a railway service for delivering containers, and it's possible to unload containers only in Ljubljana, Celje, or Maribor. So this is the really important thing for the last mile delivery of containers to customer warehouses, yeah. And if you unload it in Ljubljana, then it's just a small portion of the route goes via truck. So we are not driving the trucks up to Maribor, let's say, and then empties back. So it's just a small route around the big cities of Slovenia. We are actually also directly connected to A2 highway, which is on the 10th corridor, and the 5th corridor is just around the corner, yeah. So this gives us an excellent opportunity for intra-EU distribution as national, and we also developed internally time slot management platform to successfully plan all inbound and outbound deliveries on time. Next slide, please. So reliable entry of goods coming to warehouse is a must. Yeah, this way you can make quick cross dock and all added value services that are needed efficiently. So they are prepared for the further distribution to end customers, retailers, or such. Yeah, but what was the situation before? Before it was like for example, the client in Slovenia ordered 2 pallets in Germany. Of course, the supplier was a big German corporation, had facility like this, had forklifts and everything. So we picked it up with FTL, of course, the combination. Yeah, so we lowered the cost to Slovenia. But in Slovenia, there was a bit of problem, yeah, because client in Slovenia didn't have the ramp, didn't have facility, didn't have even a forklift. So we need to unload these goods, these 2 pallets somewhere at some trucker's premises or such, yeah, and deliver directly to customer by just a van or a truck, yeah, just single delivery. So this was definitely not efficient, neither cost wisely, neither climate friendly, yeah. Now the story is completely different. We do the shipment in our iLogistics center, and the shipment goes same or next day with our console truck. You can see the console truck there behind the FTL. Yeah. We have several new trucks, Euro 6 emissions. So at the moment, this is our fleet for last mile inside Slovenia delivery. As we see, this is at the moment the most efficient, cost wisely and climate neutral solution. But we will not settle just as it is. Yeah, I will not go really into electric debate and new technologies because Mr. Letnik and Mr. Neugebauer already told a lot about it. So, and also the further guests in debate will tell about you. But we already have one electric vehicle. You can see it at the slide. It's personal vehicle. Yeah, we are using it for jumping around, delivering some customs documents, and go to the terminal as such. Yeah. But what else can be done? More, let's say, by government. Yeah. We are a freight forwarder. We are really eager about the second railway track for Port of Koper will be built. It's not meant just for the transit. This will be, of course, the biggest advantage will be for the transit. But we also, for local delivery, we will put much more containers on tracks up to these terminals, which I was discussing before. But at the moment, why we are not really practicing this? Because it's a simple question. Because of the transit time. Yeah? If the client orders a delivery by train, it takes, let's take Maribor, for example. It takes even up to 7 days to deliver a container to the yard. Yeah. With the truck, we can do this in the same day, and actually in same day when the container is unloaded in Port of Koper. This question I'm appealing to the government, yeah, to support us here, yeah. More internal project is in a way, as Mr. Letnik mentioned, it's actually about the branch which is booming at the moment, yeah. This is e-commerce. It's really, this year it's really booming situation. And due to some bottlenecks here with current providers, we also wanted to monitor this part internally, because for the e-commerce segment, we are doing end-to-end logistics solutions. Like we are picking up the goods from in factories in China, delivering them via air, sea, rail to Slovenia, to our facility. We are doing here some value-added services, so like repacking, picking, and such, and delivering them to courier hubs around Europe. Yeah, so we are delivering with speed vans, with trucks to, let's say, to Poland, to Post of Poland, to courier depots. Yeah. Parallel, so here but internally here in at the end part of Slovenian deliveries, we want to do this internally somehow. So this we are already on the table for discussing. Parallel to that, it's also white gloves delivery. To those of you who don't know what white glove delivery is actually the B2C service of plugging in the washing machine at the customer's place. So really the whole end mile of logistics here. Please, next slide. What actually is offering our iLogistics Center Ljubljana is offering premium storage space on 25,000 square meters. 2/3 of warehouse is temperature controlled, which means it's GDP compliant and also suitable for pharmaceuticals. It is divided in 5 different segments, so small parts, block warehouse, the racks, and the most important thing for us is also the cross-dock part, which was specially planned for last mile deliveries. Yeah, warehouse have several certificates. It's 100% bonded, allowing mixed and non-mixed, non-bonded cargo to mix. Yeah, this is in Slovenia a bit of a specialty. Yeah, and we can also do the fiscal custom clearance for the customers. Please, next slide. New facility also brought the new development of the new services. Yeah, since we have quite some automotive customers, we launched several premium services, just as, for example, just in time and just in sequence, so we can successfully deliver on time all the shipments. Yeah, with previously mentioned time slot management, we can successfully plan all the inbound and the outbound of flow of goods towards a facility, so the trucks don't have to wait anymore. In recent weeks or months, also one important service really let's say, really important. Yeah. This is the emergency desk. We have a few guys who are 24/7 on your disposal, who are handling the speedways, the trucks, the onboard courier, the OBCs. So this one. And due to previously mentioned strategic location of Port of Koper and the current happening in sea freight, we also launched the Adria Priority Express service. Next slide, please. For the future, we are planning to expand our services and further development of national and international last mile deliveries. This kind of philosophy and development is already spread out through whole Danube region. So some facilities are already built, some of them in phase of planning, and some of them are in phase of expansion. So you will definitely hear more from us. Next slide, please. If there is anyone interested in our services and solutions for Central Eastern Europe or Southeastern Europe, I am definitely here on your disposal. I would like to thank you to organizers to inviting us to this conference and all of you for listening to me. Peace and joy and health to you and your families during this holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pistotnik from Cargo Partner. And this was basically a perspective of the business. And due to our timing, so I would go to our next speaker, who will provide perspective of legislation. So the next speaker is Ms. Sarah Bittner-Krauchak from Federal Austrian Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. So Ms. Krauchak, the word is yours.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. I would like to start by giving you an overview of what we are doing in our ministry. Maybe we could move on the first slide for this in the area of innovation and technology, because our ministry, the Ministry for Climate Action, is responsible in Austria for applied research. And in applied research, our target groups are companies that work together with other companies or research organizations on sustainable solutions. And we offer them research, technology, and innovation grants for doing research, technology, and innovation. And we have 3 impact objectives on them. First of all, we would like to help these companies to become more innovative. We want to help to develop technologies to overcome the climate crisis. And third, we would like to increase number of people employed in the area of technology and innovation, and here also to increase the number of women. On the next slide, you will find the overview of our research and innovation program. We focus on mobility. It's called Mobility of the Future and started already in 2012. And we have approximately a budget yearly of about 25 million euros. And since the beginning, we have had 4 thematic fields, 2 technological fields like the transport infrastructure and vehicle technologies, and 2 systemic fields like the personal mobility area and mobility of goods. I'm going to present you the details on mobility of goods within the next slides, but we also opened up 2 new topics over the running time of our program on automated mobility and automation, digitalization, and decarbonization of the rail system. On the next slide, you will find the overview on our research, technology, and innovation roadmap for mobility of goods. There, we have developed it in 2014, and there we identified 5 research fields, which are sustainable mobility of goods in urban or suburban areas, then in rural areas, multimodal hubs, sustainable transport chains and networks, and innovative means and media of transport. And within those 5 research fields, we have 19 research topics. but I will give you an overview on the projects and not on the research topics itself later. We can now move on. Here we have the instruments we use for our program. Our main instruments are thematical funding instruments, like cooperative R&D projects. Their companies work together with other companies for up to 3 years on a certain topic. Then we also have smaller projects for preparation of the cooperative R&D projects that are called feasibility studies. And we also have instruments with higher volume, like flagship projects. And we also participate in transnational cooperative R&D, or we also offer transnational cooperative R&D projects by participating as a ministry in aeronet transport activities, for example. During the running time, we also introduced new instruments. The first new instrument was the Innovation Lab. It's a structural instrument, and we use it in the area of mobility for creating and funding test environments for automated driving in Austria. So far we have 2, all over Austria, and urban mobility labs, where we have 5, and more on that than later. And we also have 1 instrument on endowed professorships, for example, at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz, on sustainable transport logistics 4.0. It's a human resources tool in order to get new knowledge to Austria in a certain field. On the next slide, you see our target group. Our target groups are companies, as I've told you, in applied research, but for mobility of goods, the target group are companies from the transport and logistics sector. And this target group is really hard to address and hard to motivate for research, technology, and innovation. But we succeeded to have so far, since 2012, supported more than 130 research and innovation projects with 240 different organizations working in it. And you can see here this chart, in green the companies, and in the different red tones, the research organizations, which have a really important role because mostly they are the ones who are leading the project and organizing the companies to participate in projects and motivate them for research, technology, and funding activities. On the next slide, you have the funding volume. So far, we have invested more than 37 million euros in funding, which represents 65% of the total project volume. And as I've already told you, the most important funding instrument and mostly used funding instrument are the cooperative R&D projects, and followed by a high number of small feasibility studies and 2 to 3 flagship projects. When we move on, here I will now start to give you some examples from what we are funding in the area here on sustainable mobility of goods in urban areas. There we have at the moment 6 projects that are finishing or will last until next year on cooperatively used logistics hubs. They have a total funding volume together of 1.8 million euro. And because there are 6 projects with different focus areas, we organized and implemented a networking concept to link the projects. Then the federal provinces of Austria and of Vienna and Lower Austria, which is the region around Vienna, they have introduced initiative, a so-called on sustainable logistics 2030 plus. It's a partnership, like Mr. Letnik has mentioned before, in order to initiate logistics projects. And so far they have 11 pilot projects, and out of that 11 pilot projects. 4 are funded by our program. 2 on the cooperatively used logistics hubs, and 1 on the development on the freight transport model for the Austrian Eastern region, and another one on a mobile system for recording the occupancy of loading zones in the city of Vienna. And when we move on, here I have some examples for last mile projects which are already concluded. On the left, on the top, you have a project from an association for promoting organic farming in Austria together with a university. They analyzed how, for example, spaces or storage spaces at farmers can be used to consolidate and cooperatively use the storage for an organic food supply. They analyzed it on the example of strawberries, and they implemented also on other organic products, fresh products. Then we have below the project I've mentioned. It's one of the projects on the hubs. It's the project from the city of Vienna, where they analyzed urban freight distribution centers, which have a capacity to supply a large district of the city and to allow for a climate neutral last mile by battery electric vehicles or cycle logistics. On the right side, on the top, you have a project with a pharmacy. If you go to your pharmacy and ask how often they are how often they get deliveries a day, you will be quite surprised. And in this project, they found a way to optimize their order and delivering strategies and reduce traffic. Below, you have the project I've already mentioned in the city of Vienna, where they analyzed the usage of their loading zones and parking areas in the city of Vienna. On the next slide, it's also a slide on some examples. There we have had on the left, on the top, we had a project from a furniture clothes retailer in Austria, which is in the area of organic products, or offers organic products, and they improved their online ordering system by means of gamification, machine learning, and persuasive design strategies with a university together in order to reduce returns. Below, you will find the project from the Vienna public lines, where, and we are very proud that this project won this year the Innovation in Politics Award in the category of quality of life, because they try to use the spaces of the public transport as a hub for operating sustainable city logistics in the city of Vienna. In the middle, a very old project, which is already implemented, where a fresh food retailer in Austria worked together with the Austrian Post. You can order your fresh foods until in the evening, and you will get it delivered in this box, because it's a cooling box, by the Austrian Post the next day. And on the right, on the top, there is a project from an Austrian famous cable car manufacturer, and they analyzed how mixed transport of passengers and goods can be realized for freight transport in the city by an urban cable car. And below, an interesting project which was recently finished on how to separate the business-to-business customers from the business-to-consumer customers to get benefits for both groups and reduce traffic. So this was, I think, the last slide on the best practices. Now I would like to also mention the instrument innovation labs, which we use for urban mobility labs. We have 5 urban mobility labs all around Austria, in or near cities. and most of them also address mobility of goods, but there's only one which address only or mostly mobility of goods, and this is called the ThinkPort Vienna. If you click again, I think it will be highlighted with a box, thanks. And they get a funding of about 1 million euros for maximum 4 years. And we only fund 50% of the total costs. The other half has to be provided by third-party cooperation partners. When we move on, we have a brand new brochure developed over the last year, where you can find all so far concluded research and innovation projects on mobility of goods funded nationally by our program, but also with Austrian partners in Horizon Europe projects. And you can, unfortunately, it's only available in German, but you have it online, and you can also order a copy free of charge if you are interested in it. On the next, when we move on to the next slide, I will also try to give you an outlook for the future, because 2020 is a very important year for us. In the domain of mobility policy on the left, the Mobility Master Plan 2030 is in development and will show a clear path to climate neutrality in 2040. And in the domain of research innovation policy on the left, the Research Technology Innovation Strategy 2030 is in finalization, and it will show how research technology and innovation needs to contribute to achieve the climate targets as a high priority. And in between, as a bridge, you find the Research and Innovation Strategy for Mobility 2040, which was published on September this year, and which has an even stronger focus on transformation and on mission and orientation. And I've left only 3 slides where I will give you a short overview on this new strategy. We have developed it with a large stakeholder process and consultation over 1 year, and published it in September. And we agreed on the headline, on the vision, with the headline "Innovations in and from Austria for Climate Neutral Mobility System in Europe." And we, as the Ministry for Climate Action, in our role, with our responsibility for climate research, for applied research, we would like to act as a research and innovation political initiator here. And on the next slide, you will find our areas we have identified where we would like to do actions. We decided to not structure it along technological fields, nor on transport modes, but we decided to structure it along mission areas. So we identified 2 mission areas which give us the spatial dimension, which creates mobility. It's the cities promoting climate neutral urban mobility, and the others the regions, which are very important for Austria, mobilizing and sustainable connecting rural areas. On the right side, there are more technological based mission areas where we would like to exploit the potential of digitalization and new technologies for climate-friendly operation of infrastructure, mobility and logistics services, but also for the developing of environmentally friendly transport technologies. And on the next slide, you will find the measures we would like to set in the area of applied research. We have only structural measures available, and we would like to implement them by taking into account gender and diversity aspects. We would like to further invest on research, technology, and innovation funding, which means the grants and the instruments I've presented to you. But we would also like to further develop the existing instruments like the innovation labs to exploration spaces. We would like to set up alliances and implementation partnerships for each of the 4 mission areas, and also support European and international positioning of Austrian research technology and innovation actors and results. You have now just the overview on the brochure on the next slide. Yes, you will find a strategic document in English, but I think it will be published next week. It's already the translation is already finished, but it needs to be uploaded on our website, and you can find it there. I think at latest the beginning of next year or after Christmas. So I hope this gave you an overview of what's going on in Austria. I think a lot refers also to what Mr. Letnik told us before. And yeah, I'm looking forward. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Kraucher from Federal Austrian Ministry. It was really inspiring with so many projects going on. So we are looking forward to get your update next year as well. So I would really like to thank also the Mr. Pistotnik from Cargo Partner and Professor Letnik about discussion about challenges of the first and last mile freight transport. And now, due to the time, we are quite tired, so we need coffee break. And we will start in exactly 12. So we will do a coffee break, so you have time to do some short calls and emails and come back, because we will continue after coffee break, and we will go from cargo to passengers. So we will discuss first and last mile challenges for passengers, and we have some amazing speakers who will highlight this topic. So thank you all, and see you soon. Hello, and welcome back from the coffee break. My name is Daniel Audagic, and I am the CEO of AV Living Lab. And in our second session, we will talk about passenger transport. So in first freight, and now we are moving to the passenger transport. And here we will talk about challenges of the first and last mile in passenger transport. And I would like to announce our first keynote speaker, the Associate Professor Borna Abramovic. He is a head of chair of Railway Transport Management at Faculty of Transport and Traffic Science at University of Zagreb. So, Professor Abramovic, the word is yours.
Hello to everyone. Now it's like midday, so it's like in Western movies. I would like to thank our organizer to call me to be part of this event. So today I will talk something about what are the challenges of the first and last mile in passenger transport. Next slide. So because we are online, it's quite difficult that we see each other. So I prepare one short slide. Who am I? So I'm associate professor at Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences at University of Zagreb. Currently, I'm head of chair for Railway Transport Management, and I have some professional obligations. So I'm vice president of Croatian Chamber of Transport Engineers. I'm also the president of Group of Integrated Public Passenger Transport at Croatian Chamber of Economy. And I'm also the president of the governing body, Board of Croatian Railway Safety Agency, so-called NSA. So for today, I prepare a short summary. So I will have a light introduction, then I will speak about mobility, then I will raise some challenges in first and last mile, and then we have some conclusions. So for introduction, I have prepared 4 key points, and later for discussion. We must understand what is the mobility. Every of us are saying quite a lot about mobility, but I am not sure that we are completely understanding what is behind this word. Second thing, very important, is that we use public transport system. So we must enhance and improve overall usage and overall quality of public transport system. And in connection with that issue, we must be careful how we can create better first and last mile. Of course, all of these things has something in common. They are written in the new Green Deal of European Union. So this is like a new policy, what we will do in next period and what will be the major drivers for changing ourselves, but of course changing our transport system. So next slide, please. Mobility is moving. Mobility is moving. This is for me very nice theoretical approach. So when we talk about the mobility, we talk about moving. So who we must move or who is moving here? So on first, we move people. We move people. Mobility is essential thing for the people. So we are not moving trains and buses. Very often when I come to the bus station or to the railway station, I can see empty trains and empty buses. So, and sometimes they write on these boards, technical rides or something similar. So the transport company is doing some moving of trains and buses. This is not good. They need to move people. They need to have people inside of these vehicles. Then everywhere, very often we make a huge effort in urban area and urban development, but not all the people live in urban area. Very big amount of people living also in rural area. So we need to make a mobility acceptability for urban area, rural area, and then connection between urban and rural area. Then very important thing when we talk about mobility, that we must move always, so-called whole day services. When I am living in some village and I have one bus in the morning and one bus in the afternoon, this is not the mobility. Okay, this is not mobility. 2 buses per day or 2 trains per day, this is not mobility. We need to always make a service. And last but not the least, we need to build a sustainable system. So keeping in mind these 3 aspects, A, B, and C, we can make a D, a building, a sustainable system for us and for next generation. Next slide, please. So tomorrow mobility, I see like integrated public passenger transport system. And on the internet, I found a very nice picture. Down there, you can have a link so you can check it by yourselves. What is integrated passenger transport system? So this is all kind of services, all kind of transport modes, all kind of tariff offers. So it's mean that on one point, you have everything for your passenger. So in tomorrow mobility, passenger must be in the central point of our system. When we don't have a passenger in the central point of our system, then we are building some kind of technical system, technological system, organizational system. But everything of that we need it, but of course that can be useful for our passenger. Here maybe very nice solution are for me, for example, car sharing or ride sharing. This is, I think, very nice and advanced things. I must say, for example, in Croatia, in some rural area, we have self-organized ride sharing like strategies. So the people see that it's very easy to make a ride sharing options, and they make by themselves. So they are self-organized. Then very interesting is bike sharing also, then usage of some autonomous vehicles. And at the end, we must think about this multimodal transport approach, so that everything that I said on this slide, we have in our cell phone, because every one of us have at least one cell phone. So we need to have a mobility to be a service in our cell phones, and that we can make a choice every time that we want to make a choice. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I try to explain how we make a first and last mile. So we have our origin, for example, our home. And when we leave our home and we enter the public area, we are the part of the first mile. Okay, we are the part of the first mile. And with this first mile, we come to some kind of the transfer point. And on this transfer point, we are going to our main carriage or our main mode of transport, usually buses or trains or trams or a metro, something like that. Then we make quite a lot journey in the time or in kilometers. Then we are again on one transfer point. And then when we leave this transfer point, we must reach our destination. And we are then again part of the last mile. Usually, when we talk about the last mile, we can see that we can walk. Please click. We can walk. For example, this is the majority of people that are doing. They are walking. Then we can ride with a bike, for example. Then we can use taxi or some kind of the taxi service. Then we can use some car sharing or ride sharing options. Then we can use some kind of the motorcycles. But in last maybe 2 to 3 years, we have invented something else to use in these challenges of first and last mile. Next slide, please. So we invented so-called micromobility. Micromobility, very interesting. When we talk about micromobility, we think about the vehicle that can carry only one person. And on this slide, you can see maybe 6 most advanced micromobility vehicles. So we will start from left to right. We have powered bicycles. So this is like a quite nice solution. When you don't want to sweat, when you ride a bike, you use like electric bike. So you can shorten your efforts to do the ride. Then the second one, now very in or very popular or in the like key point of the first and last mile is this powered standing scooter. Okay, that it's quite interesting, and quite a lot of people bought or rented, depending on the model, and use it. For example, I'm also using one of these micromobility options. The third option is power seated scooter. So this is for people that usually want to drive a scooter, but now they are much more ecologically awareness. So they want to change from some kind of gasoline to something better like electricity. So they make swift to power seated scooter. And then we have 3, I think very adrenaline approach to micromobility. So powered self-balancing board. You can see on the YouTube very big amount of people that fell down from these things. Then you have a powered no self-balancing board. This is like for people that like to boarding, and now they have opportunity to be a little bit quicker. And then you have like very adrenaline things. It's called powered skates. And I must say that, for example, in city of Zagreb, I'm living in the center of city of Zagreb. I see only 2 people that are using this very advanced powered skates for micro mobility. So next slide, please. And now it's important that we talk about time access. So time access of last and first mile. So when we walk, usually we said, okay, it's 5-minute walking. When you say to someone it's 10-minute walking, majority of people will not walk. Okay, so that's why we must understand how long people like to walk. Okay, in some country they walking quite a lot. In some country they're walking quite low level. But overall, like this 5 minutes, it's like some brain barrier that we don't walk longer. Okay, after the walking, we have so-called this micromobility solution or micromobility options that increase our time access of first and last mile to almost 10 minutes. Okay, why 10 minutes? Because in these 10 minutes, you can use it quite easily, these micromobility things. You can use it for longer time, but I must tell you, in my personal experience, I make like a research dilemma with my scooter. And I find out that the maximum time when I was quite satisfied with my ride was 20 minutes. But overall, after 10 minutes, I was too tired to drive anymore. So I think this is like also a quite good barrier, around 10 minutes. And then we have next option. The next option is the bike. So with the bike, we can go 15 minutes or something like that. Of course, some people are using bike 100% of their journey. Some people are using bike only on the first mile, some using on the last mile. So this is very like topic to see what people are doing, but overall, like 15 minutes is like a maximum or approximately time that people will use the bikes for time access. Okay, next slide, please. So what are the challenges? So the first challenges is mobility for all. What that mean? It's mean that we must introduce a system who is fair for all actors in the mobility game. So on first place, people, we call them passenger. On the second place, transport operators or companies that have some new mobility services. Then the policymakers, and at the end, some kind of the government. I think the very big challenges for this region, Danube region, it's integrated passenger transport system. In this region, we are talking about this system more than 10 years. Some of the countries or some part of the Danube region has a quite excellent integrated passenger transport system. For example, when you come to Vienna, you pay for 1 year yearly ticket for whole city of Vienna, only 365 euro. This is a quite cheap. For me, that I'm living in Zagreb in Croatia, I can allow myself to pay per year 365 euros for my mobility option. So I think this is like a good case scenario, how other can do. Of course, in other country, we have different approaches. So in some country, we have approach that we integrated only public transport on the level of the city or only on the city organization, or some kind companies that run some services outside of the city. So we combine these companies made some integrated passenger transport system. But overall, we need to embrace and have enough courage to introduce and make possible integrated passenger transport system. Maybe from the Croatian way of looking, for now, the city of Osijek, it's on the right path to do that. Then the next challenges when we talk about first and last mile is the cost. Because the first and last mile are quite not so time consuming, people usually tell this cost in time. I need 7 minutes, I need 4 minutes, I need 8 minutes. But at the end of the day, it can't be transferred to the money, because when the day is over, we have chance to calculate how money we spend on this first and last mile. For example, in my experience, I am, like I said, living in the city center and I'm working on the campus. We have like a scientific campus in Zagreb, and I need around 3 minutes to my tram station. Then I have a tram around 12 minutes. Then I have to walk again 7 minutes on transfer point to my bus. Then I drive with the bus around 10 minutes to 12. And then I have 10 to 12 minutes walking to the campus. So you can see in my case that I'm walk quite a lot and I'm losing quite a lot of time, but with this time I'm losing money. For example, when we start to work from home, I found out that that week, approximately, I'm saving 40 hours of my time. And when we transfer that to money, it's not so small amount of the money. Okay, next click, please. When we talk about micromobility, we need to think about passenger type. For example, this micromobility, it's very sexy. Everyone is talking about that. Everyone is now thinking this is like overall solution, but it's not so. For example, I'm going to the shopping with my scooter and I buy for me some things, and I have two bags, and now I have a problem with my scooter. How I can drive the scooter, because I need 2 hands to drive the scooter, and I have a 2 bag in my hands. So it's like not very safety solution that I took this bag on my scooter, and then all together bags, me and scooter go somewhere. So we must think about how to make this first and last mile possible with micromobility for different passenger types. So different passenger types can use this micromobility. For now, it's like a very sexy solution, so everyone is using. But I think with the time, we will see that only a very small amount of the users will be accommodated to use it in the future. And the next, but not the least click, it's shared solution. What that mean? It's mean that we are now living in the time where economy is shared. So it's like normal procedure. And we need to think about it also in the transport sector, that we need shared solution. So there is not anymore talking about buses, train, car, bike. We're talking about transport system. So the users, the passengers, the people will use the shared solution. So we must give them that kind of opportunity. And this is very important because we want to be on the right track. Okay, next slide, please. So I don't like this long and boring conclusions. So I will make like 2 sentences for conclusions. The reality about transportation is that future oriented. What that mean? It's mean when I do something today, it will stay at least 10, 15, 20 years, not days, years. So I must be very careful when I plan in transport, what will happen in the future. Okay. And last but not the least, if I am planning what I have now, I am late. I am behind the curve. Why is that? Because like I said in previous sentence, we must be future oriented. So what is working today maybe will not work tomorrow. But when I build sustainable transport system, I need to think about future, a long-term future, not only 5 years future. This is not my quote. This is quote from Anthony Fox. He's very famous politician from United States of America, and he used quite a lot to embrace American people to use mass transit. Next slide, please. I would like to thank you for your attention on my presentation. And on this point, I would like to say you that I'm coming from University of Zagreb, that it's celebrate last year 350 years of establishment. And I'm coming from Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences that has also celebrated last year 35 years. Thank you once again. I hope so that you enjoy my lecture. We stay in contact.
Thank you, Associate Professor Abramovich, and congratulations on both anniversaries. So now we heard that passenger transport in the future will be connected, shared. I would add also electric and autonomous. So we are going further to our panel, and we will hear 2 perspectives, one from research and one from business. So first we will start with perspective of research. With us is Assistant Professor Marian Lep. He's coming from University of Maribor, and he will share his view on challenge barriers and enablers of micromobility in passenger transport. So, Professor Lep, the word is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your kind invitation. So what I prepared is actually, I'm a teacher actually, but I will not talk about theory and concepts and philosophy, but about my practical experience with sustainable urban mobility plans for municipalities, for my experience with supporting ministries, preparing contracts for public transport services in Slovenia, and all about challenges, actually problems, challenges or paradoxes actually I was faced with during this my practical work. So next slide, please. So I will talk about rural areas of public transport mobility in rural areas. So as a teacher, I must start with the definition, of course. So what is rural? This is very often it is easier to explain what is not rural. So from the Slovenian perspective, not rural are centers, urban areas. So in Slovenia, these are regional centers. These are small cities. But from Slovenian perspective, these are centers and corridors. Also, transport corridors are not rural or peripheral. So this is more or less if corridors along motorway system, and unfortunately, we don't have very good corridors, competitive corridors for train services in Slovenia. So this is more or less, these are more or less motorways. And suburbs are also not rural. That means settlements which are formally not the part of a city, but the city center city is actually well accessible by bike, by public transport. So we have, after exclusion of these non-rural areas, we will talk about very peripheral regions. In Slovenia, these are more or less Koroška and Bela Krajina and some other perhaps also, and a lot of small settlements without essential services. So without possibility for inhabitants to go to the doctors, to go to the bank, post office, and to go to school and so on. So, okay, so next slide, please. So I will talk about this kind of, one click, please. I think, yes, okay. So to understand what is going on rural areas, we need to understand the travel demand, why we are traveling actually. And in transportation planning, in theory, and also in the practice, we divide our travels, movements in based on purposes of travel. So these are very often or typically to work, to school, to do obligatory trips, to shop, visit a doctor, to go to post, to take some money. And of course, the fourth huge group of our trips purposes is actually leisure and socializing. It is interesting that the structure of how many trips we are doing during the day, typical day, is the same in the rural areas and in the cities. The difference, the crucial difference, is actually how much time we spend for moving from one to another activity, and if do we have an option for different modalities. So in cities we have mostly options to go by tram, as we heard before, or to walk, to cycle. In rural areas we very often, or we don't have this option actually. So the consequence of this is that rural areas, we have a huge car dependency and a lot of time losses for traveling. In general, we know that among all trips, for 30 to 35% of all trips are done to work and from work, 10 to 15% to school and from school, and other trips are going to shop and to visit the doctor or to leisure. And actually this share is the same in rural and in urban areas. Next slide, please. So another one click or two clicks, one click, I guess. So the travel demand is composed typically from of movements between home and attractors. This is 80 to 85, sometimes even 90%. So this is essential. Or other movements between attractors, that means from one shop to another shop and so on, or for visiting friends and relatives. These movements are actually, there are not so many movements like that. And another very important issue is that movements to work and to school are very, very time limited. So we have time of day choice is like that 40% or even more of all trips are asked to be done in the morning peak hour between 7 and 8 o'clock, for example. So we have extremely time dependent demand, and we have actually a huge need to travel from our homes to the attractors, different attractors. And this is actually the problem for planning, because we need capacities for 1 or 2 hours for our buses, for example, also for our roads, and 22 hours per day our buses are empty and the roads are also empty. So this is the problem we have as a mobility planner. Next slide, please. Okay, so that in Slovenia we have some problems. So car dependency in Slovenia is really high. So we are very often have statistic data behind that to prove that yes, there is something wrong in Slovenia or with Slovenians. So average Slovenian household is spending something like 16 or even more % of the share of budget spent for mobility is the highest in European Union, and not that it is highest. The amount of budget spent for private mobility, that means driving a car, is really high. So my statement that we have car dependency, which is much higher than in other countries in Danube region or in Europe, can be proved also by statistics. So for my discussion, I have two theses or two questions, or two, let's say, questions. The first one is car dependency is also because of underdevelopment of public or collective transport, particularly in rural and peripheral areas in Slovenia. And the second thesis is that I'm afraid, as a scientist, or that the common understanding of what is smart mobility is wrong. So IT solutions to mitigate, to develop IT solutions to mitigate an unsmart development, unsustainable development, and travel behavior. So nowadays it's a modern word. Let's have smart mobility. And what is smart mobility? Actually, just to use some IT development, but to continue to move around with the car and an unsustainable way. And electricity as a more sustainable source of energy is also, perhaps, this is a question, this is a thesis, will not solve 90% of our mobility problems. It is just, let's say, an excuse that we will continue with unsmart mobility in the future. So this is the question. This is not the statement, actually. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is actually a sustainable transport system, and in terms of how should we develop sustainable transport system also for rural areas, particularly in Slovenia? So it should allow the basic access. The second is promote equity. So non-discrimination is affordable, so I can pay it for it in terms of private money and also in terms of public money. Offers a choice of transport mode, so we must have some choice, even if we are not in a city center. And supports balanced regional development. So we have these five tasks to do as a sustainable transportation planner or developer, and I'm afraid we can find that particularly in Slovenia we are not fulfilling all these, let's say, elements of sustainable transport system for rural area. I will explain what is some next slide, please, or next clicks. Yeah. Okay. So why do we have problems actually? So we have the problems or challenges. This is more, let's say, modern way how to express that we have challenge. Now the problem is that in urban areas, the main problems of sustainable mobility are we have congestion, we have noise, we have parking problems, and we have air quality problems. And but on the other hand, in the cities, urban areas, we don't have the problem to access a service, to go to the doctor, and so on. We have options as a household to have other mobility, to reduce mobility cost actually as a household. We don't have extremely exposed the problem of social exclusion because of mobility caused by car dependency. And with public sources, we can afford some kind of public transport in cities. In rural areas, we have completely different set of problems. We don't have congestions, we don't have noise. A lot of small cities will be happy could be happy with some noise of businesses and so on. We don't have air quality problems and don't have parking problems, but we have a huge problem how to access to services, how to reduce household costs for mobility to go to school, to work. We have a lot of families with social exclusion problems, and of course, because we don't have a lot of passengers, public money, public sources, municipalities are not very rich very often, and they cannot afford to pay for expensive public transport services actually. So we have completely different list of challenges, but unfortunately, we have the same legislation and the same approach in the countries in Europe. Next slide, please. I will just explain on. I will just explain 3 examples in Slovenia. The problem: affordability of public transport financed by public sources. So we have in this moment we have some legislation in Slovenia that all settlements which have less than 500 inhabitants are not necessarily included in so-called accessibility standards. So there are not a lot of public funds available for bus services to these small settlements. So small settlements, small municipalities must co-finance the service. The second problem is air quality problem. Following the EU legislation about clean vehicles, small minibuses serving rural settlements must be clean. Clean means, in terms of finance, very expensive. But large buses, coaches serving urban areas are excluded from this regulation. This is very, very interesting. So we can serve urban areas with old, cheap diesel buses until 2030, according to the legislation about clean vehicles. And perhaps the last paradox, actually, bus services between rural settlements and centers are co-financed by poor rural municipalities. So the small municipality must pay for service because there are not enough passengers. But the beneficiaries are actually cities, right? Because the cities, so inhabitants of rural areas, they are driving with bus to the city center, so they are not causing congestion, noise, and parking. And so city centers should pay. Centers should pay for these services, not the poor rural municipalities. And there are a lot of similar paradoxes. Actually, I was faced with in Slovenia. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and the question is, it was also addressed by my colleague before me. So, how to solve this? How to approach to these problems? So, should we develop public or collective transport, or let's help individual travelers and share transport solutions? This is actually the question. Because Slovenian approach at the moment is that we will fulfill or finance the basic supply standard expressed in the number of connections per time slot between settlement and regional center, but a lot of small settlements are excluded. And this supply is then corrected by historic, traditional, already existing supply and constrained, fine-tuned by the available public money. That means a lot of settlements or regions will be underserved by public transport, co-financed by national public money. So another problem, I'm actually surprised that we don't have a lot of, let's say, claims in this term, is that a lot of public money is spent in Slovenia for regular transport, around 100 million euros per year. But not 100% of citizens are served, actually. We have 20 to 30% of citizens who have no services. So this is obvious discriminations, actually. So there are some solutions. The first one is reducing the threshold to contract regular public transport services financed by the state. That means a lot of additional services to small villages, to small settlements. a lot of to introduce some services which are actually demand responsive, regular demand responsive public transport supply, and supporting in terms of voucher, perhaps, of collective transport practices. That means I will not, let's say, finance a bus to a very small village settlement somewhere, but I will give 10 vouchers per year that the citizens there can call a taxi or Uber or something like that to have some share or other services. So these are ideas, or let's say some discussion about which way should our government perhaps go. Next slide, please. Okay, the conclusion must be, or should be, the answer to the set of theses I said in the beginning. Okay, so car dependency is caused primarily because of non-existing polycentric development in Slovenia, and by closing the services which are also public financed, like medical care facilities, post offices, ATMs, and shops. Okay, shops are not public financed in rural areas. So perhaps we should invest more in this kind of development, not but in public transport to reduce, which is very expensive if you want to service all settlements, but also because of underdevelopment of public transport in rural areas and lack of options to travel on more sustainable way. My answer to my thesis number 2, yes, we need IT solution, of course, because this is not that they're not needed to mitigate an unsmart travel behavior. So we need IT solutions for sharing mobility, for demand responsive transport. And that's my actually statement at the end. So thank you for your attention. And I'm willing, of course, to answer to your question or your criticism, actually, for some thesis I presented. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Lepp. For questions will be time in our roundtable discussion, and I really like how you emphasize car dependency. And our next speaker is Mr. Marko Guček, who I believe will provide you the answer on it. Basically, they are on-demand mobility provider, and Marko Guček is the CEO of GoOpti. So, Mr. Guček, please, the word is yours.
Yes. Hello. Yes, I'm presenting GoOpti. I don't know how many of you know GoOpti. Probably Slovenians know better. So GoOpti is or was dynamic airport shuttle platform. And I'm happy I got invited to this conference. I immediately like the discussion about first and last mile inclusive transportation. Because we were so successful actually because we integrated first and last mile also in the long distance transport and therefore offered service that is in comfort similar to personal car. Last year, COVID really disrupted our services and we had a lot of time thinking where our technology and know-how could also be well used. We have launched local last mile delivery in cooperation with Tush, which works very well. And at the same time, we realized our algorithms can be used in various use cases. So where in passenger transportation, GoOpti could also help besides connecting regional airports. And why actually, I believe we and everyone need to act here fast. So let's look on the next slide. So this is strategic goal of Ljubljana municipality from 2012. Very ambitious goal. As it should be, as we all need to start acting fast and now to reach goals set in the Paris Agreement and decrease emissions. But the problem is, though a lot has been made, the goal was not reached. And Ljubljana is actually very far from it. And this is not just a problem of Ljubljana, but majority of cities and countries that signed the Paris Agreement. So now Ljubljana moved the goal to have these movements in the city or from surrounding cities or rural areas to the city done only by 1/3 of personal car until 2027. But this is still very ambitious, and especially in case of daily commuters from surroundings. And here I believe that we want these ambitious goals to be reached, so that they are reached, I think we need also very ambitious actions to be taken. Let's see on the next slide how we could actually speed up the process. So we have made in-depth survey and realized in transportation there are two deciding factors, and this is affordability and convenience. And convenience is made out of reliability, frequency, door-to-door direct connection, and user experience. And our major competitor and enemy is personal car. If convenience and price will be on the side of personal car, we can never or very slowly get to the goal. So if we want to get to results fast, public transportation needs to be better as personal car, or at least equal. So for sure, important actions are taxes on personal car usage and high parking costs. This all need to be done, but this is something politicians have problem to do, as voters have short-term thinking when voting. So nobody will do it fast; they will do it gradually. And also this is not enough. Personal car has amazing plus points on the convenience side. It has no issues on the frequency and door-to-door side. It's good in reliability and also in the end in the user experience. So how we can get price and convenience of public transportation in parallel to personal car? Next slide, please. So GoOpti actually made it on longer distances to airports. And here we had some extra help. So on longer distances, personal car gets also stressful, and especially when going to the airport, reliability is even more important not to miss the flight. And additionally, there are airport parking fees, which are exorbitant, and driving home for a few hours after a long flight is very tiring and definitely not safe. But if we go to the out of airports, and if we ignore the large cities, which have 24/7 high frequency and very well developed public transport on one side, and not so reliable personal car on jammed streets on the other side, but majority of small to mid-sized cities, where I also see Ljubljana, where also traffic jam means maybe you are 15 minutes late, so it's still much better to go with your own car than using public transportation. So it's actually this, we have problem to offer this high frequency and well-developed network to offer almost door-to-door experience. And this multimodality, which was very hype last years, I think is also not ideal, because as in case of changing between different types of transportation, it actually decreases reliability and increases duration and hassle. So only multimodal thing that works well in my mind is actually combination of park and ride, but it's only partial solution in fighting personal car usage with only 1 or 2 people in the car and all the emissions that are created still to get to these parkings. So next slide, please. So GoOpti platform is what we are actually doing. We are connecting passengers with operators and enabling professional car sharing service. So it is creating opportunities for passengers to travel cheaper and with less emissions. And on the other side, operators to have more business and transform actually money that would go into fuel for actually drivers of salaries. And key components are actually dynamic pricing and pooling, which work on probability of other people joining the ride, and risk management in terms of reliability, if there is enough vehicles and drivers in the system, and their punctuality, of course, and then alternative offers. More about them on the next slide. So truly important is to have multiple offers based on the moment the passenger is in. So meaning where he goes, how fast he needs the ride, how fast it needs to be done. And we have 3 types of services. So it's private, which is like taxi, but it's cheaper because our algorithms take care there is no, or at least less empty kilometers as ordinary taxis. Then it's shared at desired time, which we could say is bus service, or is like bus service. So actually also regular bus service could be integrated in the system, but additional to that are also fixed departures at desired time between any points, anytime. And in this case, if available regular bus line is offered, if maybe actually it exists, but in other case, if it does not exist, it will always offer a bit more expensive version, but still at desired time and shared and between A and B points, so direct. And then is shared option with time flexibility and pickup time. Time flexibility increases probability of pooling tremendously, and therefore then decreases the price of custom-made door-to-door service, in the end, the price of regular bus. Next slide, please. So here on this graph, we actually see that there is no competition between various types of public transportation. And I mean public, actually, everything which is not personal car. So is it public or private? So whatever it is, collective and for everyone to use. Because in the end, we're all in this fight against personal car usage. And in longer distances, actually, we were managed to put ourselves very near personal car experience. Because in the end, we see that Ubers and taxis are just too expensive. Even Uber Pool, if we would compete with them, Uber Pool is maybe only 20–25% cheaper than the regular Uber. So still not cheap enough, because that would mean on the longer distance, still 150–160 euros. On the other side, we have the regular buses and trains, which really are not convenient on the longer distances, especially not in Slovenia. And if we go to the next slide, where we see the short distance, we see that it does not change much. So yes, buses and trains get more affordable and get more reliable, but still everyone is quite far away from personal car. And here now it's actually what we are working on, to somehow also launch GoOpti with our knowledge in this graph. So we are searching for actually investors, and on the other side, actually partners, mostly municipalities or private companies that would actually work with us to make a test, short distance or rural to urban story, where we could actually use our algorithms also here. And if we go on the next slide, here we see our network that we serviced before COVID. Our net promoter score was 75. This is actually more than Apple has and much more than Uber has. So we can really see that our clients are very satisfied with the service, and we have high retention rate. So I believe that we could bring something like this also to this city-to-city or within city transportation. So thank you very much. And I'm available for any questions, suggestions, and ideas.
Thank you, Marko. And if you could stay, please, because now we will have time for quick roundtable. And I would go where Professor Lep, what he said about car dependency. And I would like to hear all panelists about your views. So my thesis is the following. So cars are basically here for 100 years. It took quite a long time, you know, to become a part of, let's say, our family member. And of course, over the 100 years, we developed quite a lot of habits. And now we are thinking how to do it wisely, how shared economy, you know, can help us by sharing the resources when we don't need it. And also we have a new mobility solutions for first, last mile, and also regional travel, like GoOpti was presenting. So I will start with Professor Abramovic. Could you please share with you what are the barriers and bottlenecks that people are not faster accepting this new mobility or shared on-demand mobility?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, my answer will be a little bit longer. Okay, so I will concentrate on our region. Okay, so Danube region, except the Austria and part of Bayern, we have lived in some kind of socialist or communist countries. So the first goal when this kind of political system was destroyed was to buy a car. So that was like a sign for freedom. So when you have a car, you are free man, free woman, free society. So in the 90s, we make a huge experiment to buy semi-used cars from West Europe, okay, usually from Germany. And we buy a very big amount of this very old-fashioned car because we want to be a free. We want to be a free. And then, of course, the policy follow this model. For example, I can especially tell in Croatia, we have built the most dense network of the highways in Europe per inhabitants. So we are quite rich, it seems, okay? But when we build these roads and when we look now, the roads are empty. So not regarding the COVID crisis, okay? It's not an issue. For example, during the winter, when you go from Zagreb to Split, you can like, hey, hello to everyone that is on the highway. Okay, but the highway has minimum capacity of 60,000 vehicles. So when I can tell hello to everyone on the highway, it's something wrong. Okay, so we make a very bad decision in the past, in the 90s, and we think that the car will solve everything. Okay, for everything, the car is solution. And nowadays we are facing the critical issue that we find out that the car is not the solution. Okay, maybe for some people or some groups, the car is still like ultimate solution. But when we look at the West, for example, Netherlands is quite excellent example. Before 30 years in the city of Amsterdam, you have only cars. Today, you have only bikes. So you need sometimes, it's not like day change event, okay? You need to change mind of the people. So I think, especially young people, when I look in Zagreb, very big amount of my students also, they are using bikes to come to the faculty, okay, to university. So I think with the years, we find out that we was wrong. But of course, nowadays, these people that make this decision are still alive. And they don't want to say that they are wrong, okay? So the process is a little bit slower. But I think that the time is on our side. So we have enough time to change this paradigm and to understand that the car is not freedom, okay? Something else is the freedom. So that's why I think this penetration of the car in our society is quite high level. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, we are going then from status symbol, owning a car, to convenience, basically solving our day-to-day challenges. So Professor Lepp, in your presentation, you are highlighting a lot about, data and intelligence that we have, and how data can motivate people to basically start using other means of shared mobility, especially because in Slovenia, some organization already completed so-called mobilnost na črt, so mobility plan, which is, let's say, for companies, a model to create a mobility mix. Let's say you have 100 employees, different needs to come to work and from work and between the work. And you can plan, the mobility plan, how to use different means of transport. So going back to my question, how data and analytics can help, leverage or accelerate other types of mobility solutions?
Okay, so this is a very interesting question, because it is that I can let's say continue actually with the answer actually or discussion of colleague from Zagreb, that there are two questions. First one is system of value we have. That means I can agree completely that the freedom and which was offered actually by private car. That means it's available 24 hours per day. It's in front of my window here, and I feel free and I can use it without asking somebody, without put some data into my platform of GoOpti to travel somewhere and so on. So it's for the generation above, let's say 50 now or 60. It's quite let's say quite hopeless, to be very honest. This is my thesis, to change their the system of value they have in their minds and heads, and to use as a user to to use a lot of modern, let's say, platforms, or also as, let's say, sharing mobility options. So I have a lot of friends. They are not using GoOpti to go to the airport to Vienna because they don't use, but they're younger than me, for example. So this is the, I guess this there must be a generation, let's say, switch. The problem is in cities that we have the most, because of the baby boom in the 50s, we have the majority of voters for election actually are like I am, the 50, 60 years old people, citizens. And if you analyze a little bit the program for elections for the mayor in Maribor, also in Ljubljana, what is it on the first place? We will build a new parking garage, we will build new bypass, and we will build a lot of roundabouts. And that's the recipe to win the elections. So this is the problem of generations, I think. But of course, I agree completely. I know a little bit how some other companies they are working, and IT solutions, data analysis, analytics, big data analytics is actually the way, to be very honest. Also for the planner in the Flixbus and GoOpti companies, I guess. Because they are collecting data, mobility data, and they can process them. They can add some intelligence to this information, actually, to this data. And the next generation, I'm sure they will switch their travel behavior to sharing or to collecting and so on. I'm sure. Yes. Yeah, but it will take let's say 10, 20 years for sure that some significant shift will be from car dependency to other options of mobility.
Thank you for your answer. And of course, 10 years looks a lot, but if we look back 10 years back, it's quite fast. So now I'm going to Mr. Guček. So basically, we are living in the time where time is important, and a lot of people are commuting. So to Ljubljana per day, we get roughly around 100,000 people commuting in and out. This is happening to all major hubs or cities, but there are also other solutions. So you were talking about different scenarios like taxi, shuttle, and so on. You are also helping retailers in these today COVID-19 times to transport goods, which is really important. But what are, let's say, where you see GoOpti in next, let's say, 5 years? So how inside you will go into, let's say, rural areas or even city centers with your solutions?
Yeah, okay, this is fresh now, so it's hard to say where the future will take us. For sure, more in the passenger transportation. What we're doing now with local delivery, I think it's more something that it was interesting to try out. But I think in the end you have to focus, so it's hard to do both. It's completely different. We would have to have different development teams to solve both problems. And also, anyway, at the moment, it's not possible to use the same vehicles for cargo and for passengers, or it's very problematic. So for sure, for future, we see ourselves more in the passenger transportation. How much going out of the airports? Of course, this is still something that we are now in the test phase. And it's, of course, depending how fast we can get to some good solutions. But we see definitely interesting, like you said, it's like more than 100,000 people every day going to Ljubljana. Why they don't use public transportation, it's clear, because it doesn't take them directly to where they work. They have to go through the city center, and this is nightmare. Or maybe even they would have to really walk for a few kilometers to get to the station. So actually here, if we have like some kind of vision, we were calculating, actually we would need just around 1,000 or up to maybe 3,000 vans actually distributed in all these areas around Ljubljana where people are coming, which could be the local people which are unemployed, and maybe government could help a little bit, or the municipalities. So it would be like 1,000, or if we want to get rid of all 100,000, could be maybe 3,000 additional jobs. And they would actually, with these 8 to maybe 16 seaters, could actually bring this comfort of personal car to everyone. So actually picking up at home, or maybe if somebody really lives in the mountains, he would just have to come down with his car or motorbike to a nearby location, and then get directly to this area of Ljubljana where you actually work, so directly in front of your location where you go in. So not much work, walking or changing.
Yeah, and also what you mentioned is what we see in today's. So our living lab operates in BTC City. We have per day between 38 to 40,000 vehicles per day coming to our shopping area. Mm-hmm. And we are one huge park and ride. So yes, solving the last, I would not say mile, but I would say last meter, even we could call it, is quite a key challenge. So I would like to thank you all for joining this roundtable discussion. And of course, the future will be connected, will be shared, will be electric, and also, I hope, as autonomous. And a lot of things will happen. So looking forward to hear your development next year. And now we will go to coffee break. It will be a little bit shorter, so we will start at 1:10, and the next session will be first and last mile challenges in rural areas, and we will see speakers highlighting and talking about this topic, which is really, really important, because in cities we have almost everything, in rural areas less, but there are some positive outlooks. So join me after the break. So we continue at 1:10. Thank you.
So, dear participants, I'm coming back now for the session 3. First of all, I hope you had enough of break because, yeah, we know we are a bit late with our schedule, but still the discussion was really interesting. So I believe that this has the advantage in comparison with being precise on time. And I would like to thank you, Daniel. The session 1 and 2 were led and moderated by Daniel Audagic from AV Living Lab. Daniel, thank you for support. And now we are going to the third session. Mostly when we talk about mobility, new solutions in mobility, new business models, and first and last mile solutions and challenges, we talk about, or we have in mind, the cities, especially big cities, and mostly solutions are developed for big cities with more than 250 inhabitants. But still, we must not forget that Europe, and especially Danube region, is mostly rural region, and this is why we are opening this question as well. How is with first and last mile of goods and passengers in rural areas? And I'm really, really glad that I have here my dear friend, I can say, Mr. Kensuke Tsuchiya from Toyota Adria. He is president of Toyota Adria. And Toyota, as a car producer, is not only a car producer, because their vision is much more than just producing cars. It's mobility for all. And I'm looking forward to your introduction in the session 3, when we will talk about how to assure really mobility for all. So Ken, please, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, Tanya. So let me explain about our view for the transportation in rural area. We focus on more on social contribution side. So our vision is to create an ever better society, but more on a human-centric, human emotion-centric society. This is our goal. So next, please. So Toyota's vision is mobility for all. This means that we want to provide a free to move for all humankind. For example, able people, people with disability, young and elderly, or people living in the city, or people living in a rural area. Mobility is very important factor for humans' life. Next, please. When you are free to move, anything is possible. This is our belief. That's why we want to show this as a proof. And we become a partnership for both Olympic and Paralympic. Sports provide us the positive energy. Sports can inspire the people. And sports can provide a solidarity in our society. In this corona pandemic, we need the power of sports much more than before. Next, please. So this is our commitment for the environment made 6 years ago. Our target is new vehicle zero emission, life cycle zero emission, plant zero emission, minimizing and optimizing water usage, and so on. This is our commitment to the society. Next, please. However, our target is not just reduce the emission and achieve the zero emission. Our mission is to create ever better society, much more than zero emission, which is beyond zero. While we are focusing now on autonomous driving, mass application vehicle, robotics, fuel cell vehicles and boats, and new city with a hydrogen energy in Japan, our ultimate goal is to be the mass production of people's happiness through our leading electrification technology and mobility innovation. Next, please. People's happiness, that's why Toyota continue to promote a fun to drive. Cars can provide excitement and a feeling of the adventure to the people. Motorsports is very important for our technology development as well. So these are our values and our vision. Next, please. So let me explain about the current analysis for the mobility in rural area. So this is very, very brief, analysis, and then challenges in mobility in a rural area. So Mr. Alec already explained, Professor Alec already explained, so I don't have to explain the very details, but first for user, the public transportation has low availability and expensive if they use, for example, like taxi. This will lead to the use of the private car, as Mr. Professor explained, most of the time, and this can cause an accident by the drink and drive. So this is an area we work with Zavod, our partner. And also this leads to the isolation from the society. And this can cause a mental and health problem. So this side is we work with our partner, Sopotoniki. And then second one for bus operator, due to the low demand, their profitability is low or loss. And this leads to the no competition. And this causes the high cost for the city in terms of public transportation. For city side, the cost for the public transportation is high. It means that the city need to provide a subsidy. And this leads to the low frequency and low number of the routes. So as an overall, this is a bad spiral, and we have a very similar problem in Japan too. Next, please. So what is ideal public transportation for the rural area? This is very, very much ideal, but for users, they need a reasonable availability, reasonable price, and a safety transportation. For bus operator, no loss or profitable model. For cities, low cost, and also environment-friendly transportation, such as less CO2 or low PMs. Next slide, please. So this is our solution with our partners. So we separated our countermeasure by young people, elderly people, and other people in rural area. For young people, the solution is to educate them not drink and drive. And our partner is Zavod Vozin, Hiroi Pajama project. Maybe you know this. I will explain later, but Zavod Vozin provide a free mobility to youngsters periodically, and also education. For elderly people, the solution is to provide a free transportation by volunteers, and our partner is Botoniki. This alliance between Sopotoniki and the Toyota is done thanks to the ACS Plus. I really thank you for Tanya for the introduction to us. For the other people, we are now considering to start a POC of on-demand bus service with the Sopotoniki solution. And our ultimate goal is to create a society where people help each other. I think this is the best way for the society. Next, please. So hero is driving in pajamas. So next, please. Regarding the mobility for young people in rural area, Zavod is our partner. The program is that we wait in front of the music events or bars or a restaurant and check the alcohol level for youngsters. And if the alcohol level is higher than legal limit, we transport them for free to their homes. However, the drivers are the volunteers and they are the people with a disability, mainly by the traffic accident. And they talk about their tragedy, about their experience to the youngsters. And also Zavod try to involve the cities and recommend them to work together with them, for example, to prepare the transportation whenever we have a music event or something. In 5 years, the number of deaths caused by young drivers under the influence of the alcohol has decreased by 60%. So I really want to congratulate Zavod for the fantastic job. So this is a perfect example of the society where people help each other. Next slide. So Zavod received the European Commission's Grand Prix for the best initiative between 2016 and 2019. And Zavod also provide education to high schools and already they gave the education over 13,000 youth. They took the class in 8 municipalities already. Next slide, please. I also joined one of the programs for the young stars by the Zavod and explain about how Japan decreased the number of deaths and number of the accidents by drink and drive by 80% within the 20 years. So we strengthen or tightening the restriction, and then this was very successful. So now I'm sharing with this experience to Zavod and the cities now. Next, please. Regarding the mobility for elderly people in rural areas, Sopotoniki is our partner. Next, please. For this program, we have 3 actors. One is volunteers who drive the elderly people for free. Cities, number 2, cities, which provide a vehicle for volunteers and have a call center, 1 person per municipality. And number 3, Sopotoniki, who provide an IT platform and gather the volunteer with the cities. They started in 2016 and they already provided over 17,000 drives for over 2,500 elderly people in 15 municipalities. The founder of Sopotoniki mentioned that the most important point for the activity is not just mobility, but connecting the elderly people to the society. I think this is a very, very important point. Whenever we talk about mobility or something, we always focus on technology. But the most important point is emotion, the people's happiness. So therefore, it should not be a just digital solution, but also, the call center is very important according to him, because elderly people can enjoy the conversation with the call center. So you can see the right side chart, the demand. So health service is 60%, service shops is 24%. So these are the demand from the elderly people for the transportation. So this is another perfect example of society where people help each other. I'm really impressed of these 2 activities in Slovenia, because the Slovenian people care about the people, try to contribute to the society. This is really the beauty of the Slovenia, and I want to promote about these activities by using the Toyota names. Next slide, please. And then on-demand bus is our new trial with the Sopotoniki. So Slovenian government, can you go back? Slovenian government just announced that they would adopt a new law which enable to provide on-demand bus service recently. However, our idea is not a big platform like Uber because of the size in the rural area is very, very small. We checked the cost of one of the major platformer of the on-demand bus in Europe, but it costs over 100,000 euro per year only for the usage of the platform. And this is too much cost for the small municipality. So we have been discussing the several cities now for the as a POC, and then the demand level is very low. So we will start with a very, very small scale without any algorithm. Anyway, the demand is very small. So, but by the way, our interest is not to be a bus operator. We just want to solve the social problems. So if there are the actors, maybe we don't need to be an actor. But there is no solution right now, so we want to attack this challenge. Okay, next please. Well, let me explain about the other activity for your information. Next please. So one of the area is to provide a mobility for all, and we have we provide this special handle we call BDF handle together with the BDF and the Amazasa to the people with a disability. With this solution, the people who cannot use the leg can also drive. And we provide one vehicle to the Amazasa, and then they provide a free safety training to the driver with a disability. This is the first time in Slovenia. Next, please. And we also gathered around 100 people with wheelchairs and discussed about what kind of problems they have in terms of the mobility. One of the problems they mentioned is the parking, because they try to park somewhere with for the parking for the disabled people, but able people just parked. So we have a real challenges in the society. And also they mentioned about the bathroom. Even in Ljubljana, there is no so much bathroom which can, accommodate the full wheelchair. So very small size of the bathroom. So for the disabled people who already have the disadvantage, but as a society also provide additional challenge for them. So our vision is to create the inclusive and a fair society. So we will continue to, announce this to the public like this. Next one, please. Also, we donated one vehicle to the social rehabilitation center in order for the patients to the practice to get in and get out from the cars. Anyway, the vehicle is for life. Even you become a disabled people, you need a mobility. So they need to practice to get in, get out. Otherwise, your other parents or partner might have a back pain. So we also installed a special handle so that the patients can do their best for their rehabilitation and rehabilitation. So they can see the special handle so that, okay, I can go back to normal life again, and maybe I can drive again. This kind of thing is necessary. That's why we provided this vehicle to inspire them. Okay, next, please. So our focus is the people's happiness, especially for the people with the handicaps. So these are our areas as I explained. Next, please. You can skip this. You can skip this. Okay, so our focus is not only mobility for all, but and also social contribution, but we also focus on the environment side as well. So environment is another factor that we need to take care of. Next, please. Next. Thank you. So this is a chart showing the result of the average CO2 emission per vehicle sold in Europe versus CAFE regulation as of August this year. So the target is 95.7 gram per kilometer, but the result in Europe is 102. So we didn't achieve, unfortunately. Next, please. However, this is a result by the manufacturer in 2019. So Toyota is the only company which has below 100, and we will achieve our target this year. Next, please. So for CO2, how could we achieve the common goal 95.7. This is thanks to our hybrid technology. With the hybrid technology, Slovenia can also reduce CO2 emission like Toyota did. So next please. We introduced the first hybrid vehicle in 2000. At the time, nobody believed this technology, but we constantly improve our technology, and currently over 60% of our sales mix is hybrid in Europe, and also Slovenia. Next, please. We are the first mass-produced manufacturer for hybrid, and we have already 20 years experience. Already 16 million hybrid vehicles are sold across the world, more than 90 countries. 44 different hybrid models are available in the world. Next, please. So our hybrid technology was proved by the external surveyor as well. Over 50% of driving time was zero emission, meaning that without running engine. We call ourselves a self-charging hybrid. We don't need a plug, but we can run more than 50% in the city for the driving time. Taxi challenge in 2018, we did. Hamburg won, and 70% of the time they didn't run the engine. They just use the motor. So our hybrid technology is very good for the rural area as well by seeing this, not introducing the power station, cable. Next, please. However, our focus is not just hybrid vehicle. We have any kind of powertrain listed here. Our strategy is to provide the best suitable powertrain based on the country's infrastructure and the customer demand. Next, please. So this is our strategy. We believe pure electric vehicle should be for the short daily distance and then location accessing to the plug. For middle distance hybrid vehicle, which is affordable cost, with more than 50% without running engine. And if you need for extra power, PHEV. And if you can connect to the plug. And for long distance large vehicle, fuel cell. This is our strategy. Next, please. So this is the first fuel cell vehicle in the world, our Mirai, back at the end of 2014. And we sold more than 10,000 vehicles so far in the world, and the 1,000 units in Europe. Next, please. And we will launch second generation of Mirai soon. And this has a longer distance up to 650 kilometers and only 3 to 5 minutes refueling time. Next, please. We also use a fuel cell forklift in Japan. Next, please. We are also developing hydrogen buses. Next, please. And then hydrogen trucks in California, USA. Next, please. We also provide our fuel cell technology to our partners. Here are two examples, Caetano Bus and Energy Observer, first fuel cell boat in the world with our technology. Next, please. So for the Caetano fuel cell bus is already available, and the charging time is just below 9 minutes only. So this can be one of the solutions in Slovenia. Next, please. However, hydrogen should be made by renewable energy. And but more than that, FCEV can be a good energy storage and carrier for the hydrogen produced by green energy. So we are now studying on this. Next, please. So Toyota Group company has a Eurus Energy as an affiliated company focusing on a wind power plant in the world. So we want to use these powers to generate a green hydrogen in Europe. However, in Slovenia, you don't have much windmill power plants. Next, please. And of course, we love nature, and we plant one tree whenever we sell one hybrid. So this year, we need to plant around 2,000 trees. This year, we will try to next year because of the COVID. Next year, early, hopefully, in Košorok. So please join us to plant these trees in the future. So this is my message. So my message contains that rural mobility, but we need to focus on the people's emotion and people's happiness. And also we shouldn't forget about the social contribution part. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ken, to you for this presentation, which was inspiring from several points, especially when you emphasized how much we have to take care for those who cannot afford mobility as we think we are used to, because we have no problems in our lives actually with mobility. So you showed really how much we have to care about people who cannot afford mobility, who cannot afford to use bicycles or scooters or those new types of vehicles for mobility. And you showed us with this that the car will still be there for quite a big group of people, and how much we have to also invest in development of new technologies so that the mobility will be clean also in rural areas. So thank you very much, and please stay with us. We will have another two interesting presentations. And now I would like to invite Mr. Hannes Pichler, who is coming from InnoFreight Solutions from Austria. And he will explain, I believe, that, yeah, we have to understand how to find efficient way to deliver goods to where goods are needed, and we will touch also the logistics and last mile deliveries of goods in rural areas, also with railways. So Mr. Pichler, you're welcome, and the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Tanya. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. We will go into the world of freight transport for industry on railways now. And it is a pleasure, as I said, that I can be here and can present the ideas and activities of the company InnoFreight to you. My name is Hannes Pichler. Next slide, please. The company exists now for 18 years, started freshly as a startup, and we are a railway-based logistic provider for Europe's bulk logistics. And what we are doing is that we are covering the whole logistic chain, and we are also developing these technical solutions, and they are also patented at the end. Next slide, please. This means that there are wagons called InnoWagons, because they are from InnoFreight, our developments, containers, different types of containers, and unloading solutions that include the whole internal logistics at the end, until the good cargo is handed over to the usage in a factory. Next slide, please. What you see in this slide is what we do and how we do things. We start with the development of a technology. Very often the impulse comes from a customer and the needs of the customer, usually in close cooperation. Then we are also developing this with our customers and partners, and bring also this equipment to the market ourselves. So we have in fact the developing business, and we have then also the running business with our equipment, which is usually renting and service in a longer term. Next slide, please. Just some short facts about the company. So we have a lot of assets that we are operating also, that are also owned by the company. Just to pick out two figures. We have at the moment, there are 15,000 containers written. Now there are already almost 16,000 already. And InnoWagons, there are 2,000 in Europe on the market, just to give you an impression. We are in 14 countries in Europe. We are present with our service and our technology. Next slide, please. So InnoFreight is an Austrian-based group of companies that is also present with several sales and service daughters in different countries. like we have the Innovat Swiss, Innovat Germany, Innovat Czech, and Scandinavia. And all together, we are now in the group 110 employees. So next slide, please. And let's come to the technology and what we are doing with this. So what are the key goodies, let's say, the utility in working together with us and in using our equipment? So for the end customer, and I mean with end customer, the factory that needs these goods as a supply, like let's say iron ore for a steel mill, or wood chips for a paper mill, for example. So we can transport the goods more efficiently because we have simply better load capacity, for example. But we also think about this, how the logistics is running internally in a factory. So to have, for example, better work safety in handling the things for the people that are working there. But also our partners on the railway side, they have the chance to optimize their fleets. They have reduction in maintenance and infrastructure costs and improved competitiveness. So we are packing this together to one solution and one service and bring this as a whole to our customers. Next slide, please. Yeah, so let's put the things together. What are we offering then? The different business fields are including, on the one hand, the wagons, the InnoWagons. So next slide, please. The container solutions and sometimes also pallet solutions. We are calling them also containers, in fact, that are then put on these wagons. And next slide, we are already there. The third main component are the unloading solutions that are then closing the logistic process. So we are also going the last meters, let's say, not only miles, because the service is only finished for us if customer has the supply goods available for the production then at the end. Next slide, please. And this all together makes this so-called modular concept or modular system. So what we mean is we have several platform wagons. These are in fact combined transport platform wagons, and we can put different solutions on this. These are all container solutions that you can see here. Yeah, this is also the special advantage. Then at the end, you can see with higher payloads with the special wagons. These are very light wagons that are very flexible. All components can be combined. The rolling equipment can be separated from the structure that is built above, because these are container solutions, and you have high availability and flexibility, which is very important, especially in railway transport, because you have very long life cycle of the assets, and it is to be thought not only for the next years, but for the next decades, what to do with this thing. All wagons can be also used for normal combined transport, so with ISO containers, for example. Next slide, please. What is very important, why we think that in the wagon part, this is one of the key points for us and for the rail freight, let's say, performance on the railways in the next years and decades. So some data from a study, from, I would say, the biggest study in this area from SCI from 2019. You see here the production of freight wagons per year in Europe. These are around 10,000 wagons per year. You can also see the effect of different crises. On the right side, this graph, you see what they have as a perspective, let's say, what influence the COVID crisis will have on the production here. But always be aware, a life cycle of wagon is 30 to 50 years. So up there, I took out some figures here that someone should be aware of. The average age of European freight wagon fleet, and these are around 700 freight wagons within Europe, is 23 years. 90,000 of the 700,000 are older than 40 years already. and more than a half of this whole fleet is older than 20 years already. So what does it mean? Next slide, please. Here you see let's say the allocation of the whole of the age of the whole European fleet of the 700,000 around. But one statement, this is valid for all of us here in this, let's say, branch, and also for us, because it's giving the direction where to go to. Just taking this quotation out of the study directly, especially for the owning companies that are owning these wagons, yeah? They have a significant amount of wagons for which there is no future demand. In consequence, the total European freight wagon fleet will further decrease in size, resulting from fleet reduction on the one hand, and the substitution of old wagons by modern type on the other hand. So what we can expect is that the figures are going down in the all-over number, but we will have lower number of modern high performance wagons going in. So this is in fact more or less the direction the market will go to. And now to the next slide, please. This is what we want to do with the InnoWagon strategy. So we have developed high performance wagon, very lightweight and very flexible in the usage. At the moment, we have 3 types, 60 feet, 80 feet and 90 feet container wagons, and short covered, as you can see on the slide. A 4th type is at the moment in development. Now to the next slide, please. So about these wagons, we have around 2,000 running at the moment. What we also did is also the same wagons can be used for normal gauge and also for wide gauge. So, for example, for the market on the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal, but we have also some running already in Finland, which is the same with then the one that is used in Russia. Next slide, please. And then on these wagons, we can put different solutions that are containerized, let's say, yeah. And it is so that at the moment we have 30 different types of these containers, and they are made for different cargo types and also industries, how they are needed. And this we see also in the life cycle, that this what is put on the wagons is also more short term in the life cycle, like 10, 20 years. Wagons are running much longer. And we have this done for now for wood and paper industry, for steel industry, energy and chemical industries. Also for liquids, we have solutions already, building materials, agricultures, and for sure more to come. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah, thank you. Just one back. Just to pick out one niche, let's say, for the steel industry here. You can see here on the left this red container, this solution for scrap transport. Then here you see one from the Slovene railways that are also using our equipment for iron ore transport, but also for outgoing goods like coils. We have solutions, or for wires, just to give you an idea. So next slide, please. And then let's say, generally, it is so that in the cost of the logistics, it's so that the main costs lie in the railway transport. And so since we have here very high performance solutions, around 30% plus, sometimes even in the capacity, we can also calculate with this that you need less train capacities. This means also less resources, and the costs are going down for our customers. But to close this, we need also the unloading solutions. And this is what this slide is about. And for this, we have, in fact, also different solutions. So to the next slide, please. We have so-called stationary unloading machines, which is not only one machine. It includes, in fact, the whole unloading process. includes the shunting robot, the shunting the wagons with the containers on this, tipping the container with the tipping machine, which is patented also, and also the following conveyor belts are controlled, or this is operated from one control station. And the plan is to take an outlook into the future to have a full automated process in the future here. And the next slide, please. For smaller needs, let's say, and even more flexible solutions, we have also mobile solution with big forklifts and turning devices that were also developed within the company. As you see here, some examples for wood chips, gypsum, coal, etc. So let's go to the next slide, please. And this is, of course, a topic that is everywhere now, also for us. Also, we are a smaller company. We are also thinking and working on digitalization, because this is connecting all this and giving more opportunities for other business models also. And we see this as one of the key factors. So one thing we were developing already for our customers also, and also for ourselves to manage the assets, is the platform InnoCloud that you can see here on the left described. This exists and is available for our customers. This is just, it is a digital wagon platform, in fact. And the second thing is we want to, as I mentioned before, the unloading solutions, we want to make this, we call it AutoSum, which is in fact a fully automated unloading process within the factory. So all together, the aim is to increase the lifecycle performance of the logistic service for the customer and of our assets, and to become also part of the I 4.0 landscape, like a plug and play system, let's say, that you can put together. Next slide, please. Now we are coming to the challenges and the outlook, and then the finish is close, let's say, of this presentation. Yeah, what do we want to do? What we see as a challenge for the future, also as a chance, is to connect classically combined transport with industry-based logistics. So we see industry-based logistics is very straightforward, but also very high-performing. We think we can connect this, which would bring more productivity and competitiveness for railway transport, opening high-performance mass transport also for additional customers that have not maybe such good access to these systems, life cycle-oriented usage of the assets, and also the connection of the advantages of the different modes like road, rail, and water, and to take the best of everything. I just give you one example, what we are working on. For example, this is just one project, let's say, the so-called box-in-box solution. We developed a container where you can transport bulk goods on the one hand, and also ISO containers for combined transport. On the other hand, you see here on the very left a picture where coal is loaded into this container at the port of Koper. It is then going to Austria, to the steel mill. First is unloaded with the stationary unloading solution, is then loaded with the ISO container, and is then unloaded at the port of Koper again. So the thought is that this is used as one, let's say, that the whole cycle is then fully used, and we have a full logistic high-performing solution into both directions. Next slide, please. And then another point is, of course, digitalization. What we see as a challenge here is, especially for the industry, that the customer is also part of this and has access to this. So give the information that is needed and not only data, and integrate the whole logistic chain from loading till unloading, which is not so normal in this industry yet, as we know it from the parcel services, for example, but in the industry, we are not so far yet, okay? And the other side is the use of the digital tools and the opportunities as an enabler to develop new business models. And we see this really as something where we say, okay, we think the business will not look the same in 10 years, for example. we are thinking about sharing platforms, pay-per-use, freight exchange platforms, etc. To the next slide, please. This is, in fact, just to give you an impression, some pictures from our cooperation with different customers. One event, for example, that took place as an occasion of the first train that we started together with the Slovenian Railways at the port of Koper. You can see the picture here. The train, this train is going with iron ore from Koper to First in Austria. And next slide, please. We have very good cooperation with our customers and partners. This is also an example from Slovenian Railways. They made a locomotive with Innofred design here. And yeah, this is just a short overview, what we are doing and what our perspective is and what we think what is necessary. Thank you and hvala lepa.
Hvala lepa. Thank you also to you for this great insight in how much development is actually needed for solving the challenges that we are facing with setting the goals in reduction of CO2 emissions. And as we understand, it's not enough that we just develop one technology or one solution, but we must all act together as one in the whole chain of mobility. It's not enough just to think about cars. It's not just enough to think about people moving from one place to another, but also the freight transport and the transportation of huge amounts of goods is also really, really important for being efficient and cost effective and of course sustainable in mobility. Thank you very much. Please stay with us till the last words of the next presenter. The next one with us, last not least, definitely, is Liljana Magyar. She is Director of Regional Development Agency for Urban Ljubljana region. And she will present her vision of how to connect people in a smart and efficient and resilient way in a region like Ljubljana with some municipalities around Ljubljana. So Liljana, welcome with us and the floor is yours.
Hello, Tanya, thank you for the invitation. And dear ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Regional Development Agency of Ljubljana Urban Region and to share with you our experiences in the field of sustainable mobility, key challenges, and current regional governance model in Slovenia. I will start with really short introduction of Regional Development Agency and our region, just for better understanding of relations among key stakeholders. Agency operates as a promoter of sustainable regional development in Ljubljana urban region through identifying needs and opportunities of the region, ensuring sources for sustainable development, as well as planning and implementing projects and strategies. Please, next slide. Region is located just in central part of Slovenia at the crossroads of two important European corridors, the Baltic-Adriatic and the Mediterranean corridor. Region is economically the most developed part of Slovenia and generates more than 1/3 of the Slovenian GDP. And additionally, national and regional scientific research, cultural, educational, and also governmental institutions are concentrated in our region. Region unites 26 municipalities, including the capital city, Ljubljana. And these municipalities are very heterogeneous. In terms of population, for example, Ljubljana has almost 300,000 inhabitants, the smallest, Horjul, less than 3,000. Then in their development stage, and of course, what is also today very interesting for us, landscape characteristic. We have municipalities from Ljubljana, which is predominantly urban, to almost completely rural areas in the region. Next slide, please. So Ljubljana urban region with the capital city is the most important destination of daily commuting in Slovenia, because it attracts commuters to jobs and schools from the region and from other regions. Only municipality of Ljubljana offers more than 220,000 jobs, which is more than a quarter of all jobs in Slovenia. So of these, more than 120 people daily commute to work to Ljubljana. And daily we have another more than 22,000 commuters who commute to other municipalities inside the region. Next slide, please. The capacity of public transport is not sufficient. Underestimated numbers. The capacity of public rail transport in the morning rush hour until 9 o'clock for travelers from the outside of the municipality of Ljubljana to the municipality of Ljubljana is estimated to be around 7,000 passengers, while the capacity of bus public transport in the same time span is around 11,000 passengers. Next slide, please. So it's easy to conclude that the majority of daily commuters is traveling with personal car, and in average we have a little more than one person in a car. Due to this, traffic congestions and traffic jams occur in the region, and we have to find solutions. So these are the main arguments why our region is more than 10 years committed to sustainable mobility, to implementation of sustainable mobility in the region. So please, next slide. As Slovenia is subdivided into 12 development regions, for statistical and development reasons only, we regions do not have governmental competencies nor investment sources of our own. So mainly we are initiator, coordinator, and overseer of sustainable development. But we have some decision-making bodies on the region. The most important is Council of Mayors, constituted by all 26 mayors and led by Mr. Zoran Jankovic, mayor of capital city Ljubljana. And one of most important tasks at the agency is connecting municipalities. Collaboration and coordination among municipalities is key to successful development. Why? Because none of the municipalities can address challenges of sustainable mobility alone. And that's why we are the coordinator. But we are also the coordinator of harmonized activities among stakeholders at different levels. It's important to coordinate activities from state, region, and municipal level, and also between different sectors. We are talking about transport, environment, and so on. Because this coordination is key to successful development, but we have a challenge because in Slovenia, we do not have regulated coordination of public transport. And so we at the agency have a long experience with preparing strategic documents. The most important for the region is development program of Ljubljana urban region. It is prepared for 7 years. It is harmonized with the European programming period. And this is the agreement of the region stakeholders, municipalities, economy and non-government organization for the future development. And it is also very important framework for drawing of EU funds. It's very important also that we are presenting regional mobility needs and possibilities. Also, we are creating also these needs at the regional level to the national level, because as I said before, we do not have investment sources of our own. And we are really, really proud that 2 years ago in our region, a regional SAMP was adopted. This is first regional SAMP in Slovenia, because in the region we recognized that mobility solutions should be placed and created, coordinated for the whole region, for urban and rural areas, for big and small municipalities. And this is really something that led us recommendations, policy recommendation, experiences, and methodology. And for easier or better coordination of municipalities with the state level, and for some international activities, two months ago, we established a regional council for development of sustainable mobility in the region. It is led by one of our mayors, Mayor of Grosuplje, Mr. Verlič, who is also the director of Institute for Traffic and Transport. So our mayors are very active, and we are very actively coordinating activities in the region. So next slide, please. In order to integrate urban and rural areas of Ljubljana urban region, the urban lines of Ljubljana urban transport were extended to the region. Extended urban and integrated bus lines now present the integral part of regional public transport in the region, and this is a good example of regional mobility integration. But again, it is not properly regulated. There should be found sustainable financial solutions in this area also. Then we are working in different European projects. We are looking for different solutions, innovative solutions in sustainable mobility. So within the project Peripheral Access, a pilot called a bus service in Škofljica municipality was implemented. It was very successful. But as such services are still seen as an innovative part of the system, they are not yet widely used and thus not rentable outside the project funding. In general, we find out that the development of innovative modes of mobility is quicker than legislation, so some harmonization will have to be in future development. Next, please, next slide. We are very proud to say that Ljubljana urban region is a very good example of successful implementation of the regional park and ride system implementation. We are also initiators of this system in Slovenia. and number of park and rides in the region is in extension. And in addition, regional actions also span outside our borders. You have example on the right side of the slide. In one project, we are planning to implement a multimodal cross-border traveler information network, which will combine bike and public transport information in the Danube area. So you can find more information on project's website or on our website. So it is called OJP for the Danube project. Next slide, please. Of course, the largest potential for development of sustainable mobility is recognized in public transport by bus and rail passenger transport. An analysis of the accessibility of Ljubljana city center with all modes of public transport in the region has shown that Lur is relatively well covered by public transport, but the service and infrastructure on the railway corridors in Ljubljana urban region need to be improved and renovated. They demand huge amounts of investment in upgrading of railway lines and Ljubljana train station. And this is consequence of decades of investment in highways in Slovenia, and more than obvious on our railways, what is the situation now. While neighboring countries are investing in high-speed railways, for future sustainable development, the state should be committed to long-run upgrading of railway lines, and on European level, road and railway development programs needs to be separated. We also need harmonization of bus and train timetable, which can only be done when we introduce public transport manager. So this is one regulation challenge. And next slide, please. Cycling is also a solution for urban and rural parts of our area. Cycling between municipal centers in the Ljubljana urban region has great potential, because the majority of the region is flat and the distances between our settlements are relatively small. However, the development of everyday cycling depends on the development of a cycling infrastructure too. Within our sustainable urban mobility plan, we had prepared the plan for the implementation of regional and national cycling connections, and huge or big investments from the municipalities of Ljubljana urban region are expected in next year through the instrument agreement for the development of the region. And to improve the sustainable mobility in the region, we are currently intensively thinking on preparation and implementation of regional network of electric bikes. Technical details are still to be defined, but our mayors see it as a good opportunity and added value in the region. We had already made the first steps in e-cycling mobility within the region, with opening e-bike storage box in Grosuplje municipality. You see it on a slide, and we expect further improvement in this segment as well in the future. So please, next slide. If I conclude with the activities and incentives in our development region, I realized that key is a cooperation among the stakeholders, also in the form of such interesting conference and as this today's. I found many interesting speakers and many good practices and models, and I think there will be opportunities for cooperation with our region. It is also essential to have a competitive regional government system which is supporting, promoting, and prioritizing mobility actions, even if the region is not governmental. In addition, for public transport to operate intermodally, there is a need for multi-level policy integration and effective regulatory framework. Coordinated and coherent action by all actors at various levels, from state to region and municipal level and domains, transport, settlement, economy, etc., is needed to really improve mobility in our region. At the end, what Danube also needs are smart, sustainable mobility measures that give good examples and improve the situation. Sometimes only small but effective steps are needed to improve the mindset of inhabitants of our region. One of such good examples are innovative and smart activities of our agency in the region. But I will finish with huge financial sources which are needed to catch up with the most developed in Europe. I believe we will manage everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liliana. And I would now ask all the three speakers to come back, the three speakers of the session three, because I have short questions for you, just short questions, nothing special, but I would like, Liliana, you've mentioned that all the regions and cities, municipalities, they have strategic documents.
Yes.
What you believe would be the best push to put those strategies into practice? Is this money? Is this government support? What?
You mentioned just two crucial factors. It is money. As I said, we do not have these sources of our own on the region because we are not governmental regions. This means that we must apply for European funds or come to national funds. So this is, and the second is this governance model, because on the region, our main business is never-ending negotiations with municipalities, with national level. So I think we in Ljubljana urban region, we are successful because we really have these documents like regional SAMP, which is agreement of all municipalities. And even if it is not obligatory by law, everybody works and it lives. So yes, what you said, governance model and money.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And now the second question to Mr. Pichler. I have completely different question for you regarding the globalization and the trends of localization, back localization. Do you believe that further freight transport will increase or decrease in next years? How do you set your strategy? Do you see more transport or much more efficiency with local to local supplies?
Very interesting question. I was not prepared for.
Apologize.
No problem. When I see it from the company's point of view, I would say there should be more and more transport. Okay. But the other hand is, I think if I see now the crisis, let's say, this is already the second crisis. We had the financial crisis, 2008. Now we have the COVID crisis. I think it showed some things that, in fact, this let's say sharing the work worldwide is not the only solution. This I'm aware of, but I also think that at the end, some things will be thought over economically, generally in the industrial strategies. I think also the European Union is thinking about, let's say, having more industry, also basic industries within the continent. So from the cargo, I think it will not change a lot, but the increase maybe will not be so high. This I can imagine. And what is very important also for us from the company's point of view is that let's say we are doing this, what you mentioned before. We are thinking things to the end and things are more connected to each other. So you cannot come to a port and then there is no train, no container available, no unloading solutions here. I think these things will be more fluent, hopefully. And it will be also more clever and not energy and resources are wasted, but they are used properly. So also thought over better. And I could also imagine, for example, on the industrial level, that also such solutions like physical internet can be also involved in this, and that different modes of transports on the one hand, but also different needs, industrial transports, more regional transports, also goods, consumer goods, and so that these things are coming together more, so that the resources are used better and things are made more resource saving and also environmentally sustainable. This I can imagine, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So those two answers, the last two answers, showed that we need quite a lot of communication and cooperation among different actors, including government. We must not forget government, we must not forget science, and also business. And of course, this is all meant for users. And now if we go back to you, Ken, do you believe that the cases that you showed, the business models that are really focused on people needs, that we can spread this through the whole region of Danube to Austria, Hungary, Croatia, Serbia, and so on? Do you believe that we are strong enough as a community that we can really do something for mobility for all?
Yes, I believe so. You know, the Slovenia will be the presidency next year, and this is a good opportunity, not only the Danube region, but as you know. And if we analyze the top 500 cities in Europe, over 60% of the top city are under 200,000 population, meaning Ljubljana size of Maribor, or you know. So it meaning that if we could make the society, ideal society, let's say, not maybe fancy, but more heartful community, we can just copy and paste. And then in this kind of heartful community is now much more important now than the, I believe, digitalization. Digitalization is very important, but if we forget about this human, you know, emotion, it doesn't work. So in our COVID situation, everybody suffered, and then people connection and then communication. These are necessary right now, I believe. And then yes, I believe so. We can expand. We can copy and paste to the other cities.
Well, thank you so much. And now I would also like to invite our co-host, Daniel Audagic, to join us. Daniel, are you still here? If you are, please join, because I have to ask whether we have some urgent questions in our chat box.
No, we don't have any.
No, but do you have some questions for our speakers at the moment?
Yes, of course, always. So I can. Nice to see you again.
So Ken, basically you are deploying this, you are covering not only Slovenia, but also the region. And this is, and you're perfect example of sharing and scale up and replicate. So do you believe in ecosystems and how we can partner, because the Danube region is not only a single country, but how we can partner with multi-stakeholder approach?
So it depends on the nationality as well. I mean, the Slovenian case cannot be just copy and paste. This is our difficulty right now. For example, if I say same thing in the public, the attention from the media is totally different. So we are covering the whole Yugoslavia except North Macedonia, but this is a reality. That's why step-by-step approach is necessary. So we need also, you know, as you remember that the Japanese government is promoting a society 5.0. And the society 5.0's one of the principles is to create a partners. So we need to, so only one company cannot solve the one social, you know, problem. That's why we are trying to find the partners, best partners to tackle together to the one, you know, social problems. So with this approach, I think we can work. But obviously there is a difference between countries. And then Slovenia is the best country for me now because people care and people try to contribute to the society. So when I have this kind of conference, a lot of people contact me, wow, Toyota is doing great. But this is not the, I mean, it's not same case for the other countries. So I really understand your question. Yes, there is a difficulty, yes. But if we can expand this successful cases among the EU level or Danube level, you know, maybe people react.
Great. So maybe just, you know, Mr. Pichler, I was watching your presentation and, you know, these, let's say, railway vans and so on and trucks, you know, they all share a similar story. And this is that on one way they are full, in another way we have difficulty to fill the trips. And what we saw from Ms. Magyar is that we are living on the corridors and there is a lot of traffic. So do you see the synergies between rail and road and intermodality, how important this is and how digital platform can help us fulfill all of this? Not only one mode of transport, but it is integrated multimodal.
Absolutely. Let's say we are, of course, focused on railway transport, and we see it as a very high performing way of transporting mass, let's say, goods in high amounts, especially for the industry. It's a very good mode. It is, to my mind, the best. But what we see also is that we are leaving out, especially also producers and suppliers from rural areas, because this is the topic today. And since it is so that everything is just focused on let's say mass transport, especially on the railway side, because this is more profitable than going everywhere. We should not, I would say, think this out more and more, the infrastructure especially, but we need powerful, let's say, these corridors running very, very efficiently. And this, to my mind, gives also the chance to connect with other needs, like smaller producers that can step in with some containers and use the same high-performing transport. At the moment, it is difficult to make one, let's say, block train and to connect it and to add some container wagons, for example, additionally. It's in fact impossible. Yeah? So such things should not happen. And this, I think, would help. It would help also the railway industry and the railway business that has anyway problems in the performance and in the competitiveness. And I don't see this as a competition in this way that we have to fight against trucks. I think we should use them where they are good, and we should use the railway system where the railway system is good. And this could help both of them, especially for the society. And to my mind, I don't see a contradiction.
Yeah, so going from mass of cargo, mobility of service of cargo, to mobility of service for passengers and people. So Ms. Magyar, I really loved your presentation. It was very colorful, a lot of data and analytics on site, a lot of seeing the moves of people to the cities and outside the city. But what we also saw is there are so many use cases going from bicycles to, let's say, integrated train and bus tickets and so on. But where do you see Ljubljana, let's say in 3 years from now? Will we have only one app, or will this be a synergy of multi-apps to go around the city? So where do you see Ljubljana in, let's say, 3 years from now?
Ljubljana is momently upgrading its information system. So there will be unique platform, and Ljubljana has this unified ticket called Urbana. It will be upgraded also. So this could be also unified ticket for multimodal transport. So I think that it will be very clear, one platform, and your choice, what will you use? Everything that can be public will be public. There will be clear what is for free, what should be paid. And region will be very close to Ljubljana, because all the or majority of solutions done in Ljubljana, we are trying to expand to the region. And this region is really breathing together. So this is why we prepared our regional sustainable urban mobility study, because we found out that nobody can be left behind, because urban mobility studies end at the municipality, and this is not the solution for the long run. So I think on long run there will be, for Ljubljana, sure, one platform, but I believe that the region will be very, very close to Ljubljana, that we will expand as much as it is possible together. But I also believe that unified ticket for Slovenia will be operating for everybody, because this is necessary to do, because sustainable mobility is a really necessity for Slovenia. It's not choice. We must go there, and we need a little. I think technically we are prepared, but we need some political decisions and some additional money. This is what we really need.
Yes, so fully agreed. So sustainable mobility is the future. And now, Tanya, I'm giving back the word to you. So because looking to the watch, we are coming to the end of this wonderful day.
That's right. We are coming to the end. I would really like to emphasize just the few words that probably have to stay with us if we want to go in the right direction, that I believe we are all aware of it. We all know where we want to go. So we touched new technologies, development of new technologies. We were talking about development of business models, energy sources, digitalization, switch in generation, which is also needed if we want to achieve the goals that are in front of us. For this, we definitely need showcases, we need lighthouse projects. We've seen from Austria and from Slovenia that we have those kind of cases, and we just have to share this good experience. And why we are doing this? Actually, we are doing this to have higher efficiency mobility, less emissions, that we have affordability of mobility for all, comfort in mobility. Actually, we've heard also that new jobs can be created with those new solutions. And of course, we must be focused on the user, and we must develop solutions for the users. So the human aspects and the social aspects should be in the core of everything that we are doing. Also in the first and last mile logistics and delivery and transport of goods and services and people. And here we are really coming to the end. Since Slovenia has the presidency of European Union next year and the focus will be on mobility, I'm really glad that I can assure you that we will try even more to prepare such a conference and discussion also next year, approximately at the same time. So looking forward to meeting you soon. Of the year, I would say maybe not this year, but still Christmas is coming, New Year is coming. So have a nice holidays and enjoy and take care. Thank you.